quickly.
Yes, Chairperson.
Chair, with your permission, I guess maybe with your guidance, you can just let me know if you want me to read through the entire charge sheet or just deal with the number of it.
No, I think deal with the number of it, yeah.
The charge sheet, you'll find at page 6 of the bundle of documents that I've shared with you. And the number of it you'll find at page 7. And there you'll find 3 charges. I begin with charge 1.
Yes.
Charge 1 is a failure to discharge your duty to the corporation. It reads as follows: notwithstanding the clear terms of the relevant court order and itself, and perhaps maybe I could just give some background. Chair,
Yes,
so
sir.
that
Please.
because I think the parts that I'm not reading are the parts that are not that are relevant because they give the right preamble. The background is that the SABC was interdicted from airing a particular program on special assignment. And the interdict happened by way of an interim interdict that was granted on the 14th of September.
Was that an interdict by a private party?
By a private party.
Yes.
Which is essentially a private company. In view of the interdict, the SABC was barred.
Can you just take me to the order itself, please?
The order itself, Chair. So there's quite a few. Chair, you'll remember that there was an interim order as well as a final order. The interim order appears at page 22.
That's an order given by Justice Wayner.
Yes, and perhaps, Chair, if I could, with your permission, I don't think that this is material. Because the company that sought the interdict, the ultimate objective was to protect its name. May I request that for the purpose of these proceedings, and may I also ask that you direct the media, in the event that the name comes out inadvertently, that the media be directed not to disclose the name, because part of the interdict is that to protect the proprietary interest of the said private institution.
Yes.
Chair, the interim order itself appears at page 22, and that is the one that you correctly pointed out was granted by Judge Wayner.
Okay, so I've read the interim order. It's of interim nature pending finalization.
And perhaps I should say that the actual order appears at page 24. I've attached both orders. Yes. One on the 14th of September and then the other one on the 15th of September. It seems to me that the later one of 15th September was essentially the same, except just curing what appeared to be a common error or typo. So yes. In essence, the order was granted on the 14th.
Yes, and that order was made final?
The order much later on was made final, but not before the
yeah, because it says if it's not made final, it gets discharged.
It gets
but
discharged.
Pending that, it's of effect.
So before it could be discharged,
yes,
you'll see the interim order was pending a lapse of 10 days or the institution of another claim for final relief. If you go to page 30, you will see that
summons was issued.
Summons was served, the result of which is that the interim order was to endure for a period after the action was dispensed with.
Yes.
So that's essentially the background, Chair. Now, against that background, so the composition of the SABC is that there's the news division, which focuses on news and current affairs. Special assignments, the exact program that was interdicted, resorts under the news program, and the GE in charge of that function is the employee that is before you. So,
sorry, the employee is in charge of?
So she's the GE in charge of news.
GE, that's
Group executive.
Yeah.
Group.
Executive.
Executive. Thanks. So just to cut to the chase, did she have knowledge of the interim order?
Yes.
And the first allegation is, in spite of that, she breached a court order.
Indeed.
Understand. That's the first charge, yes. The second charge?
So if you'd allow me, because
Yes.
there are nuances. So against that background, the charges are the following. Notwithstanding clear terms of the relevant court order and the self-explanatory content of the correspondence from Mr. Mwako on 26 October 2021, you, through your conduct or omission, intentionally, alternatively, grossly neglected to discharge your fiduciary responsibilities to the SABC by allowing and or causing to be allowed by the SABC News and Current Affairs Program team to broadcast, air and or publish the interdicted special assignment investigative reports concerning, I will not say the name because that is what is confidential, but this is the private entity, in breach of the relevant court order. Your conduct or omission assisted and abetted a crime to be committed, namely contempt of court. Charge 2, failure to prevent the broadcasting, airing, publishing of an interdicted story. You failed and or grossly neglected to take reasonable steps from 14 September 2021 to 26 October to ensure that the SABC News and Current Affairs Program does not broadcast, air and or publish the said interdicted special assignment investigative report on S3, resulting in the broadcasting, airing and or publishing of the interdicted story on the 26th of October. Your aforesaid conduct resulted in the SABC breaching the terms of the court order dated 14 September 2021, thus being in contempt thereof. Your aforesaid conduct further exposes the SABC unnecessarily to potential civil, criminal litigation and possibly financial damages. And the final charge is charge 3, which is bringing the name of the SABC into disrepute, airing an interdicted story. Considering your conduct as outlined in charges 1 and 2 above, your conduct has improperly brought the name of the SABC into disrepute with a possible reputational damage.
So
those are the charges.
The essence is there's a court order and you deliberately breached the court order.
Indeed.
In your capacity as an employee of the SABC, with the consequences that the SABC has now breached the court order.
With the numerous consequences.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's not, you say it doesn't augur well for rule of law.
What is at stake is the rule of law, is a possible damages claim. It's also
did the SABC oppose the interim application for interdict?
No.
They considered
there was an internal agreement that, given the issues, that there is no wisdom in opposing it. In fact,
so it was a considered decision not to oppose.
Indeed.
So what is the, if I may ask, what is the what's the public interest in this matter?
Well, we didn't bring the application for public interest. We don't take a view that there is a public interest issue. This is simply a issue of an employee of the SABC having breached their fiduciary duties. And that breach has no bearing on public interest. In fact, even the entity in question, the entity that sought the court order, does not have a public interest side to it. It's a simple private entity, and there's no.
Well, it may or may not, because they may be harming, and I'm just speculating. Maybe the investigation, the journalistic investigation, demonstrated that their practices is adverse to the interests of consumers. I'm speculating. I haven't read the application.
Yeah.
But it's newsworthy. So the journalist says, "Look, I've got to expose this." The question is whether it's true is another matter, because they probably run to court to say it's not true, you haven't heard our side of the version, judge, interdict, because we don't give the interdict, the prejudice will be overwhelming. That's probably what happened in court.
Yeah. And my view and my submission to that would be, if that be the test, pretty much everything that news publishes would be a public interest, because essentially what they are doing is giving us news that they believe are important. And that's not the test in this case. The test is not whether the issues of public interest are at stake. They are not. What the issue is a contractual issue. Because if you dilute and minimize the test to just that, it would mean that every charge pertaining to the GE for news would be in the public interest, if that was the measure. And I'm submitting that it's not.
No, but as I understand the way the charges are formulated, the charges are formulated as an order of court.
Yes.
Must respect the order of court. Otherwise, it's
100%.
Undermines ruling.
100%.
The rule of law.
Yes.
Yes. Can I hear Mr. Mudli? Mr. Mudli, how does your client plead to the charges?
Chairperson, our client pleads not guilty to all the charges.
What is put into issue? Was there a court order?
Yes, Chairperson, we agree that there was a court order.
Did she have knowledge of the court order?
She had knowledge of the court order, correct.
And then she deliberately breaches it?
No, Chairperson, that's actually not the case at all. She actually complied with the court order, Chairperson. And we will lead evidence to show that in the bundle. She had no problem, no issue complying. In addition to that, she recommended that the repeat episode, and the episode entitled Still Waiting, was to play on the set date that the episode in fact played. So she had
That's
no...
26th of October.
26th of October, correct, Chairperson. The first time that repeat episode played was on the 5th of October. Where the problem comes into play is that there was a discrepancy on the coding of the episode, Chairperson. And now that discrepancy does not fall within her jurisdiction. And in our evidence will prove that that discrepancy is not her fault, Chairperson. She at all times, she even disclosed it in her letter to the SABC on the 19th of November.
So just to understand, you say there was no deliberate breach of a court order?
Correct, Chairperson. No deliberate.
Understand your defense. So you plead not guilty?
Not guilty to
Fair
all
enough.
the charges,
So
Chairperson.
call your first witness.
Thank you. I'd like to call Mr. Vanara as my first witness.
So, Mr. Vanara, before you take the stand, I am duty bound in terms of the Labour Relations Act to ask the parties, have they tried to resolve the matter?
Well, I'm afraid we didn't have much of an opportunity, but I'm not even sure of the scope.
But invariably, matters of this nature, unfortunately, in my experience, it takes the parties further apart.
Yeah.
Mr. Roxo, you don't think we should spend 10 minutes to see if we can explore a resolution?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. That is always something to be recommended, whether it's legislated for or not. We won't be wasting 3-4 days of evidence. So yes, I would like to meet with the representatives of the employer and explore that possibility. We will then report to you, obviously not what we discussed, because that will be privileged, but we will report to you whether there is a possibility or not. Then
because it seems to me that once the employee says, look, there was no deliberate breach on my part, then there's scope to resolve the matter.
I intend to persuade them on that, Mr. Chairman, because in fact, just to amplify, if you look at the...
Because I infer from that she accepts that there's a court order, I'll abide by it.
Yes.
And I'm saying that to the best of my belief and knowledge, I did not intend to breach the court order. Once that's the defense and that's correct, then it seems to me there's scope to resolve the matter.
Scope for that. Also further, Mr. Chairman, something which we have not mentioned, if you look at page 7 of the charges, if you look at charge 1, the last 2 lines of charge 1, your conduct and omission assisted and abetted the crime of contempt of court. The second one says that we expose them to damages, and the third charge, reputational damages. Now, that has no foundation. I want to persuade my learned friend that has no foundation, because by the time these charges are proffered, the court case which led to the interdict, the actual summons, so there was an interdict and the judge insisted that the interim interdict could only stand if a summons was issued. It was, and before the 25th of November, that matter had been fully and finally settled between the lawyers for the SABC and the lawyers for that private company, where they had said, we have no more claims against you. And so we find it extremely strange that a month later, and it's part of your papers, The settlement.
But is he not saying it had the potential?
Mr. Chairman, one of the points we want to argue is something which is fundamental in law. Damages is a question of facts. It's not a question of reputational damage, it's a question of fact. Damages for this there was no possibility of any contempt of court because the matter had been fully and finally settled. So
that is between the applicant that brought the interdict and the summons and the corporation.
The corporation, and there's a settlement agreement signed by both parties, which was made an order of court or is about to be made an order of court, but because of case lines it hasn't been stayed. But it's common cause that had gone. This is what we find extremely strange, is whereas the first part of the charge sheet is up to debate, but there are no consequences. Nothing happened. No one was charged for contempt of court, no one was sued for damages, and no one was sued for reputational damages because that had gone away by that time. In fact, exactly a month before, that had gone away. So we find it extremely strange how this finds its way here. Because Mr. Chairman, if you then read the balance of that, it's easy to deal with the basic allegations of the charge sheet. If you exclude, which you have to exclude because it was no longer there. And that I intend to persuade the SABC lawyers that this is a waste of time. That and hope to engage them in debate. That is a very serious omission from the charge sheet to allege things which are not possible. Because we're going to waste our time dealing with the consequences. There were no consequences. There will be no consequences in view of the full and final settlement and the withdrawal of that matter. It's no longer on record.
So can I ask you parties then to see if you can resolve the matter? If you can't, then we continue.
Yeah. And what is your guidance as to time?
Or whatever time you need.
We will then approach you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So you've got independent breakaway rooms and just retire to it. So I shall direct, Mr. Bill, I shall direct the parties and try and find one.
That's perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May we be excused?
Certainly, sir. In the meanwhile, you want me to read the bundles? I can read your
I
bundle.
would welcome that. Thank you.
And have you got a bundle?
Yes, we do, Chair.
I'll read that in the interim. Thank you.
Well, there you have it. That's the first interaction. Ms. Magopeni pleading not guilty to all the charges that have been put to her and saying that she complied with the court order. Of course, we'll continue to give you all the detail that comes out of there. Let's take a break. We'll be
What's Mr. Murthy's first name? Chairperson,
Yeah.
do you know the first name of Mr. Murthy?
No, yeah. It's Advocate Mudley.
Yeah. His first name.
He did send me an email, so let's pick it up.
Alright. Yeah.
Commission, K-A-M-E-S-H-A-N.
Slow down, please. It's K-A-M?
E-S.
E-S?
H-A-N.
Oh, Commission, Moodley.
Moodley.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much. Just to clarify, Chairperson, you've given them time off indefinitely.
No, I said they must try and settle the matter.
Yes, I'm just.
Because the LRA so says that the parties must try and resolve the matter. Because these hearings take them further apart.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that now that they've gone off, you're saying you've given them.
Well, I'm sure in 10 minutes' time they'll tell me whether they're making progress or not.
Okay. K-A-M-E-S-H-A-N.
To speak to us now at 10, just about what's agenda. I don't know if it will put you in a precarious position if you speak before you've made a determination. So I wanted to check what your sense is.
since I shouldn't speak.
You shouldn't, yeah.
It's a
Also,
compromise.
I think I'm also inclined to think that as well, because anything you say
Yeah.
could.
Either party. will
Yeah.
interpret.
Okay.
And
No,
look,
I understand.
Look,
Okay,
I mean, it's a
you know,
very
this
easy.
is-
It's a very easy issue. It's a question of what was her role. It's a
Yeah.
court order. Whether right or wrong, it's a court order. You've got to respect it. But what was her role? She's saying I didn't deliberately try to breach it.
So it's about the deliberateness.
yeah. So
of
I know
it.
very little about that. I haven't.
Okay.
yeah,
No,
sorry.
I think I'm
Okay.
okay with that.
Thank
I
you.
understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
You can go to the market in an hour, you'll find something.
But I'm not doing
Yes. Are we back on record? Mr. Roxo, I take it you attempted to resolve the matter?
Mr. Chairman, and we will report back to you on that and one other issue.
Thank you, Chairperson. We have attempted to resolve. Unfortunately, there's no resolution in the matter.
Yeah.
Chairperson, there's just another issue, and forgive me, we omitted to mention it in the beginning. We sent a few notices. One of them were the resolution for the power of attorney and the request for, okay, we got the witnesses from my learned friend. And then the other issue was the resolution from the board, given that the board mandated the issue that we're here for today. So I know Mr. Michael did indicate to my attorney that he wasn't able to get it as yet. But as of this moment, we don't have that information, Chairperson.
So what are you suggesting, that I don't have the authority? Mr. Woodley?
Pardon me, Chairperson?
Are you suggesting I don't have the authority to
No, not you. Not you, Chairperson. We're asking for the resolution from the board that mandated for the employee to be charged. So that's what we wanted to obtain from Mr. Michael. So the resolution from the SABC board, and that's what we asked for.
The charge sheet is signed by the Group Chief Executive Officer.
Pardon me, Chairperson?
The charge sheet is signed by the Group Chief Executive Officer.
It's signed by the Group Executive Officer. However, we don't know if there's a resolution from the board permitting those charges to go through. And that's what we want to try and establish. And also, what we requested, Chairperson, which my attorney has for you, is
We did send
to
it
look at.
electronically, but here we
Thank you.
that he has copies of what we sent.
In addition, Chairperson, we asked for the investigation report, which led to the charges for the employee.
Before I hear Mr. Bill, but it seems to me now that I've read the two bundles, it's a simple issue as to whether she deliberately aired it or not.
Correct, Chairperson.
So, isn't it in everybody's interest that we get to that issue? I mean, surely there's a court order. You've got to obey the court order. But
Correct, Chairperson.
otherwise, we end up in a situation where the courts become meaningless. So, the question is simply, did she deliberately breach the court order or not? I've seen her explanation. She says there was a bona fide error. If that is the case, then that's the end of this matter. She must say, look, because I infer from that she accepts that court orders must be complied with. Now, if that is the issue before me as an internal chairperson, should I now inquire whether the board has mandated the CEO? Surely I must assume that when the CEO issues a charge sheet, is acting within the domain of his authority.
I understand, Chairperson.
But I can hear Mr. Motsaneng on it. I can hear Mr. Bill
Can
on
I
it.
just add
Sure.
something? Chairperson, this is a simple thing. It's just an analogy. If any lawyer says, I'm defending this matter, you're entitled to say, show me your power of attorney. Nothing should be read into it. So we want his power of attorney. If someone is charging the editor-in-chief for the public, for the only public broadcaster in South Africa, someone that leads 750, a group of 750 persons, we're entitled to see if the board has authorized it. South African law, and this company is governed by two acts. A company can only speak through its resolutions. There's no other way. Further to that,
Are you saying, just to understand, are you saying in a disciplinary matter? No, but let's take it, this is a disciplinary matter. It's an internal disciplinary matter. So if I now allege that my secretary stole from me, and I appoint a third party to chair the hearing, you mean my secretary can now come and say, no, she wants to see where I authorize the third party to hear the matter.
we're not a corporation. But Mr. Chairman, my colleague has indicated he's got that. He'll send it to us, so we would like to see it before we proceed. Because the difficulty we have is the information we are receiving is that the board does not want this to go ahead. That there is a majority in that board that is saying this must not go ahead.
But then you must interdict these proceedings, because I would be very uncomfortable with the board that prima facie a court order has been breached, adopting the position that nobody must take responsibility. I'm very uncomfortable.
Well, it's
when they've appointed me, they take the risk when they appoint me. But I mean, court orders must be complied with.
But my colleague has indicated that he will answer this, and he just needs a few minutes, so he must just answer it. He's agreed to answer it.
I'll tell you what, I'm uncomfortable. I'm uncomfortable that we spend money on issues that are not relevant to my purpose. My purpose as an internal disciplinary inquiry is to see whether there's merit in the allegations. If there's merit in the allegations, to make a finding. If there's no merit in the allegations, then the employee must be vindicated and back at work. And you're now saying, is Bill properly authorized? Have I been properly authorized?
Not you.
But that puts into issue whether the CEO has acted improperly in charging him.
Mr. Chairman,
Anyhow, let me hear Mr. Bill. Mr. Bill is
the analogy of a court.
Yeah.
If a lawyer says to another lawyer, I want to see the resolution, I want to see the power of attorney, we're not making any allegations against the judge. These are procedural issues which he has agreed. He didn't object to these things. He says, I'm going to give them to you.
But I'm governed by the LRA, and the LRA says before an employee is dismissed, there must be a fair procedure, and there must be a substantial reason. The fair procedure, I gather, is that's why they've come to me, so I can hear both parties. The substantial reason, the onus lies on the employer. No, do I now start investigating whether I am properly appointed or not?
No, because we're not. You're an innocent bystander. This
all
is
right,
an issue.
perhaps there's not much an issue, Mr. Bill. Can you
supply?
Yeah. Well, I think, Chair, you know, these requests are made so freely, and you are correct. This is not the forum, but you make a request for a board resolution. You haven't established whether a board is required to take a resolution. That's the first point, and that's the point at which I want.
Could I just ask you, is there any prohibition from a CEO disciplining a senior employee?
We think not. We think not, and that's why we think that the request skips a couple of steps. You're saying, give me a board resolution, and there's a danger as well. Because when I start going to disciplinary hearings and I say the majority of the board has told me, has said they don't want this to proceed, that's a concern. Because what you're saying is that if the majority of the board takes a decision, it becomes a resolution. And for us to sit here and hear that the majority of an unnamed board doesn't want this hearing to proceed, it's actually derailing this process. And I would ask, Chair, that we not allow this process to be derailed by the majority of the board that is not before us, that we don't have a resolution, we don't even know who it is. That's the first point. The second point is, I'm getting confused because I think it's going to be very helpful for a housekeeping point of view, for us to know who's appearing on behalf of the employee, because I see sort of one point be made and additional points. Can we?
That I don't have a difficulty as long as it helps me to understand.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know,
if you don't have a difficulty,
I know
it's
I know the bar used to follow a strict process that council.
If you don't have a difficulty, Chair, I obviously.
I think Mr. Roxo is very experienced, and I think when he makes submissions, it's usually very helpful.
So that's, I'm happy with that, but I think it's going to take us more time because we're going to hear answer arguments by the council, and answer arguments by the attorney at some other point. So that's where we are as regards the issue of the board. There isn't indication on where the board is required to take a decision, and I think they even here they are at liberty to point that to you. But the point is, you have mentioned and they have confirmed that this is a simple issue that pertains to culpability. Did she intentionally cause or gross negligently cause this thing to be broadcast? That's it. So now you want my appointment. I don't think you're entitled to it, but I'm happy to give it to you because there's nothing secretive about my appointment. I'm appointed. I'm an initiate.
If you got it,
I've given them. I've shown them on my screen. I will try to connect and send it to them. It's nothing controversial, nor is it helpful. And then the board resolution. Where are we going to get a board resolution if we don't even know if the board is supposed to take a decision? I submit that the board is not.
It's a disciplinary matter, but your appointment is by who?
By the SABC. Yeah. So all of these things are keeping. We've called Mr. Vanara quite some time ago.
Well, in terms of the judgment in the ESCOM matter, the one based on Rule 7, once you show you have the authority, then that takes care of the power of attorney.
I'll connect, but I've shown counsel.
Mr. Chairperson, can I just make a submission? I did discuss it with my learned friends and my instructing attorney and my colleague and the employee. Can we proceed? They can give an undertaking to submit the resolution at a time convenient, because I don't think we will finish today in any event.
And you haven't appeared before me. Why would this matter not finish soon?
We intend to call 4 witnesses, Chairperson.
Yes, as long as they're relevant. But
they are completely relevant.
All right, so that.
But I can't give the undertaking that he's asking for, because I can't give an undertaking for something I don't, that doesn't actually even make sense.
So who's the chairman of the board?
Well, that's not the point.
No, I'm just asking who's the chairman of the board?
Makatini, Musa Makatini.
And just for my own interest, he's aware these proceedings are taking place.
That's besides the point, because I'm not, so Chair, I'm not going to entertain what was seemingly a rumor that the majority of the board. This thing has been broadcast. It's already on News 24. So if somebody wants to stop this process, they can stop it. So I don't engage rumors, but when rumors do come up, I engage them for the purpose of pointing out their irrelevance.
All right, for present purposes, I just need to look at the statute of the SABC, which I have not.
But
can I, for present purposes, say that can we revisit this issue?
Chair, can I invite you to consider asking the people that have invited you to consider the issue to give you a basis why they would want.
No, I understand the proposition. It's a disciplinary matter unless there's some express prohibition that says that the CEO cannot discipline an employee.
And there is none.
That proposition. Yeah.
There is none.
But I like to just look at the statute. Unless there's an express provision that says that when an executive is being disciplined of the seniority of the employee before me, there must be a board resolution. Unless there's something to that effect, then
correct.
Surely you can discipline an employee.
And we're saying there isn't.
Yeah. I understand, but I would like to revisit the matter if
sure.
Is that your first witness?
That's
Mr.
correct.
Vanara, your full name for the record? Mr. Vanara, do you have any objections in taking the oath?
No.
Yes. You are the senior legal advisor at SABC.
I'm the group executive on legal governance and regulation at the SABC.
So my description is wrong. You're a senior legal advisor. You advise them on legal matters.
Yes, it's wrong, Chair.
I've read the employer's bundle. I just want to cut through the chase. There is a memorandum that you prepared.
Correct.
Can I take you to your memorandum?
can just give me the page number, sir.
I think yours memorandum starts at 113. Is that yours? Yes, 113. You signed
That's
it.
correct.
You signed it at 118. You signed as GE Legal Governance and Regulatory.
That's correct.
And I have read through the employer's bundle, and it seems to me that you pertinently deal with the matter in paragraph 3.
Correct, sir.
Yeah, so you want to just give me a brief synopsis before you get to paragraph 3. Mr. Bull, if you don't mind.
I don't at all.
Because this is public funds, you know.
Sir. Can you give us 1 minute to find our bearings
Sure.
as to the document that you're referring to?
Sure.
Employees bundle. Employees.
Mr. Mudley, these are public funds, that's why I get to the chase.
Understood,
You know,
Chairperson.
money is scarce in the public sector, we must all look after it.
Certainly,
And in
Chairperson.
this country, we have too many inquiries and less work, unfortunately. As you can see, none of the staff in my group are working today. Why, I don't know, nobody shows up. Are you there? Employers bundle, page 113.
Here's one.
No, yeah. It's just this.
2107.
Okay. Just looking at that for me. My sincere gratitude for your indulgence. Thank you.
So, Mr. Venara, you want to give me a brief synopsis up to that point, what happens?
So,
I can help you because from
yeah,
the
I don't know
papers,
where you
there's-
want me to
yeah,
start, Chair.
an urgent application is launched in the High Court.
Yes.
It comes before Justice Wiener. Before that, it seems to me that there is other legal proceedings between two competing businesses in the motor industry.
Yeah, so how this
So the
matter...
one that Worksmith brings an application, it seems to me, against the other group, and an order is given by Mr. Justice Sadivala. SABC is not involved at that stage. Then SABC gets involved because a journalist is approached, and this matter may be of interest to the public. SABC is approached, and they do an investigation. And that investigation then leads up to an urgent application before Justice Wiener, where she gives an urgent interim order on the 14th of October, I think, no,
14th of September.
14th of September, although the order is then refined on the 15th of September. Yes. And the order effectively says, SABC, you cannot air this program pending an action to be brought by the applicant within 10 days. If they don't bring it, then the order is discharged.
Yeah, just taking it through the events of the 13th of September, day before.
Yes.
The application itself was brought. There was a letter from the company that was complaining about the story to be aired.
Where do I find that letter?
Page 9.
Page 9. Thank you. Thank you.
So the letter is addressed to myself, and the group chief executive officer is copied in the email.
That's Mr. Maxekwe.
Parkway.
Thank you.
Essentially, the complaint brought to my attention was that our colleagues in the newsroom were contemplating publishing a story with a compromised source. were deposed to an affidavit confirming that he had lied to our colleagues. And the concern was that the newsroom was being utilized to fight commercial battles between the two parties. So before I could then respond to that, I saw the GCEO, Mr. Mtakwe, communicating with Group Executive News to establish what was going on in the matter.
Is this what is contained on page 14?
Yes, on page 14, you'll see on the 13th at 8:30 in the evening, there is an email from the GCO to
1830.
1830, yes, to the GE News. Please find attached a letter from Dash. I have no clue what this matter is about, and you'll handle as you deem fit and draft a response for us.
And I want us to, for the benefit of the chairperson, I want us to circle back to this line where the GCEO says, I have no clue what this is about, and you'll handle it as you deem fit and draft a response for us.
And that's addressed to the employee?
Yes, but there's another important fact. Who else is a recipient of this email in addition to the employee? Well, let me just ask you directly. I don't think it's leading. Were you copied at this point, or was it only later on?
No,
you were not yet copied. Okay, it's fine.
I don't see
it's
my
fine.
name, so I'll assume that.
I think let's assume you are not copied.
Yes.
Can we then, and this is once again connected to the CEO's indication that he has no clue what this matter is about. Can you then tell us, despite the CEO having said, I have no clue what this matter is about, handle it as you deem fit, what is the employee's response to the GCEO?
Well, that's 5 minutes later, is that right?
Yes.
This is a programming issue. We will address it as such with the FTA editor. What does FTA stand for? Sorry? Thank you. And the executive producer.
Yes.
Now, these matters, Chair, they are quite important for what we talk about later on. What does then, what is the next email following that from the GCEO after having been told that this is a programming issue?
On page 13, this is where I then got copied.
Right.
He says, on a daily basis, I receive many letters from the public and other stakeholders on various issues that relate to the SABC. And these cut across all divisions. These letters are sent to me in my capacity as the accounting officer of the SABC, and thus they may not know the internal workings of the SABC. Every time I receive these letters, I always refer them to the relevant executive to attend to. These people may not know that this is a programming issue as per your response, and thus we have a duty to clarify the matter. Can you please send a response to clarify our position on this matter?
So the CEO is not saying respond this way or the other, it's just saying please respond and reflect our position.
Correct.
Now, I want you to talk to me about what happens at page 16.
Okay, so perhaps just before this letter, on the 14th, I then received another email from Norton's Incorporated.
Yes.
Acting on behalf of the company that had addressed the letter on the 30th.
Yes.
To the effect that...
is this the letter that is on page 18? Or is this a different letter? Because this one appears that there is already a court order.
No, it's not.
It's the letter that appears at page 16.
No, this letter is a response to a letter we received in the morning of the 14th. Essentially seeking an undertaking from the corporation that we were not going to broadcast the story that evening, Tuesday, the 14th of September. So on receipt of that...
Yeah, then you write a letter to say, look, our business is to report without fear and in an unbiased manner. That's what you respond.
Yes, but the response does not come from legal.
Yeah.
It comes from business. That is correct.
There's a response on page 6, legal advisor, Leapo.
Yes.
The letter of 16.
So Leapo is acting on instructions from business, basically.
So business is saying...
that business is not giving an undertaking, we're going ahead with the broadcast.
Yeah. Because at that stage it's considered newsworthy.
Yes. Yes. And then, very briefly, can you just touch on...
That then culminates in the urgent application.
Yes, but I do want to point out that at that stage, and which explains why we did not oppose the application. Part of what was the concern from legal's point of view was the credibility of our source.
Yes. But that's also controversial because somewhere I read that the person who detracted his statement under oath then says he did that under gunpoint.
Yes.
Well, there's an allegation towards that, but SABC now can't get involved in that kind of a issue because ultimately you can't make a judgment call on that. You have an affidavit under oath taken before a commission of oaths. I see he's an accountant. That's the man says no. I did this simply to bring the other competing business to the table, negotiating table, so we can talk. So now it puts a damper on your source, so you can't now go public on it.
You've summed it up correctly, Chair. That was the thinking.
Yeah.
Okay, so to speed along, you get the court order granted on the 14th, and that's what we see at page 22 and 24. This is the interim order.
And I see summons is issued within the 10-day period.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Now, in the intervening time, there are exchanges. Can we talk about these exchanges? You'll find them at page 28, around the wisdom on, on how you're going to handle this issue. And maybe let's pick up on page 28. That is the email from Makunga, who's from the Competition Commission.
Makunga, yeah.
Makunga, yeah.
Yes, so this person is not writing to me, but to Miss Julie. I hope this finds you well. It has come to our attention that the SABC was interdicted not to air a special assignment edition scheduled for 13 minutes on Tuesday, 14 September.
So can you skip along and go to the next paragraph? Against this backdrop,
the Commission would like to request for a court judgment that gave effect to the interdict. As an interested party, we would like to study the judgment and determine our next course of action.
And then you...
But then the competition authorities, they're looking at the complaints about anti-competitive behavior.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Now, so I'm not interested in the Competition Commission so much. I just wanted to give context to the discussions between yourselves at the SABC that followed. You then, you receive an email from the employee, which appears on page 27. That is on Friday, September the 17th at 9:37 a.m.
Correct.
Would you take us through that quickly?
The email is addressed to myself and the Group Chief Executive Officer. It reads, "Hi colleagues, we need urgent assistance with the matter involving special assignment. We still need to air the episode for the investigation we conducted. We tried to set up a meeting with Advocate Vanara to decide a way forward. and get the interdict dealt with, as we need to go ahead to do the broadcast next Tuesday. This is a matter of public interest involving the Competition Commission, which was part of the story in relation to specific aspects of its own investigations. Also, as indicated in the email below, the Competition Commission is requesting the judgment so that it can determine what it needs to do. We met yesterday with Tsidi, being my resource, and the editorial team, but could not do anything without Advocate Manara's input.
Great. I want us to just touch on your response, and before we do so, so this is the employee. You'll recall earlier we read emails where the employee had indicated to the GCEO that this is a programming issue, and then the GCEO before then had said, please handle this as you deem fit. So who is the employee writing to here? Who are the recipients of this email?
It's the Group Chief Executive Officer and myself.
And where she's asking for assistance?
Yes.
That's right. Now, naturally, you then have to respond and give sort of, your vision. Can you begin to read your response?
Well, your response is at page 26 to 27.
That's right.
Yes.
And if I may summarize your response, you say, first thing, this is an interim order. It has effect. It's not appealable because it's of an interim nature. You also then say, look, the Competition Commission have other interests in the matter, but what you're effectively saying here is obey the court order.
Correct.
Is that a fair summation of your letter?
That's correct.
Yes.
And then I think there's another point that I think that's a very good summary. Can we talk about what it meant? There's a distinction you make around what has actually been interdicted between the story and the investigation around this entity. Can you just give clarity on how you deal with that? Say this is exactly what's being interdicted.
What basically I was pointing out was what is interdicted was the complaint we received, not a blanket ban on the newsroom, not to proceed, conduct further investigations against this company.
Yes. Now, can you then read what you then get from the employee as a response? That's an email of 4 October.
So can I just look at that interdict again,
Sure.
Mr. Pearl? That's a page?
It appears at page 24, but the most grammatically correct one is on 22.
So in an interim measure, all that is interdicted is the special assignment investigative report that was scheduled to be screened on the 14th of September.
Yeah.
That's what was interdicted.
Yeah. And the background leading to this interdict is what Mr. Advocate Banara has already related to us, which is around that source.
Yeah, because the
question,
source was
not the entire public interest.
Prima facie, there's an affidavit that the source says this is not true.
So you can run up the rest of the story.
So nothing doesn't mean that the judge is not saying there's a blanket interdict on further investigation, or the competition authorities, they're not even a party to that order. They can conduct the investigation.
That's correct.
So any party that's unhappy can go to the competition tribunal. That order is not binding on the competition tribunal. SABC can do further scratching around, investigations, forensic input, etc.
That's correct. It's a point I make in the email that the Competition Commission was not even a party to this.
And maybe let's just touch on that. How did the Competition Commission deal with this story, page 76?
From what I can read on page 76, it says, having completed its investigation or the time having expired for referring the complaint to the tribunal in terms of Section 50, Subsection 2 of the Competition Act, the Competition Commission gives notice that there's 2 blocks there.
Yeah.
The first one, which is crossed, so the Commission will not refer any part of the complaint to the competition tribunal. The second block, which is not ticked, says the commission will not refer to the competition tribunal the particulars of the complaint listed on the attached sheet, but will refer the remaining particulars of the complaint. So it's signed by somebody claiming he or she is fully authorized.
So it seems to me on the 17th of July 2019, this competition commission found no merit in a complaint.
That's correct. Sure.
But now we're talking now something happening 2 years later, is that right? Just in context.
Yes,
that's
just over
17th July. Now something else happened this year.
Correct.
And I think maybe the point is that it's just to illustrate that the referral to the Competition Commission actually doesn't lend any credence to the story.
But I wouldn't know whether in between there
No,
was
that's the
some
point I'm
reviving.
making. It's 2 years later.
Yes, maybe there
There
was-
might have been other developments.
Yes.
You'll
But not trying to. They might have got onto other mischief. This particular corporation.
That's correct.
We don't know.
Correct.
You'll recall that you'd indicated that you had received an email on the 14th, which is the one that then elicited a response from you. The email you're referring to, is that the one that appears on page 88?
That's correct. At 11:39.
Yeah.
That's correct.
I'm going to assume that it's not in dispute, the issue that you've clarified. You clarified what the interdict means to your colleagues, which is it's not a wholesale bar or interdict. It applies specifically to the story that has that controversial issue. And can you just confirm, and my colleagues are happy to cross-examine you on this, but I don't want to sort of burden the record. Page 90, what appears at page 90 to 94.
Yes, just perhaps again to provide the context. At this stage, we are attempting to settle the action proceedings that were commenced by the summons prior to the expiry of the interdict period.
Yes.
And again, we now know that the source's credibility is at issue, and we want to have the matter disposed of. They want an undertaking from us, and naturally I can't give the undertaking, I need to get it from the business. So I'm writing, I instructed the resource to get the undertaking from business. And there was an email from business pointing to some uncomfortability around the undertaking, which is what I'm trying to put them at ease on.
And then can we skip to the page 90, the third paragraph?
Mr. Chairman, interrupting is always a difficult situation, but what's happening here is that a lot of emails are being brought into evidence out of context. One, no email is relevant to this until the time that the employee is told don't do anything. What happens behind the scenes is all hearsay in relation to her. They are hearsay in relation to this witness.
No, but he's giving direct evidence to say that he then gives a reasoned view why he thinks the matter should be settled. That's what the email says.
I have no objection to that, but the difficulty is that there seems to be a drawing of a conclusion, which is she was part and she knew all about this, and her name doesn't feature. And I think it's important for my learned colleague to focus on anything that happened after she has been told this cannot go on. Because what happens before is hearsay. It doesn't affect us. It's emails being exchanged in another level at another department.
But it's with the business department, isn't it? All it shows to me is that.
Can I just deal with the objection quickly?
Yes.
I'm not sure where it comes from that she's not part of it. Her name is right there.
I saw it, yes.
Yeah, her name is right there, so how can it be?
I have no objection.
But if her name is...
Her name features, the moment that her name features, you're entitled absolutely to deal with it.
Yeah. And it does, right here.
What you can't deal with is this whole series of leading the witness. It relates to issues which are not in question. The only thing that can be in question is once she joins the narrative and she's told, don't do anything, don't publish. Then, from that point onwards, you are entitled to lead on any of those emails. But the ones before, what happened between the legal officer and Norton's attorneys and this and that, we have nothing to do with it.
But why it's most relevant to me to understand how the SABC is dealing with the matter. She's an employee of the SABC. Ultimately, the SABC must take the rep here. If any employee has breached the order, it is SABC who stands responsible. The judge will say, but SABC, you didn't get your act together to make sure that an order mustn't be breached. I just see this evidence in context. I see nothing wrong with it. I think that when I look at the letter that Mr. Vanara wrote, it's a very recent letter. He says, look, we have this problem. Isn't the best thing for us to simply find a settlement here and not incur unnecessary cost?
I agree with you.
Well, I really don't understand the basis of the objection. Yes. It's in context. It is a context, that's all.
It's not direct evidence against, but in context, I agree entirely that you are entitled.
Well, let me tell you what's direct evidence. Direct evidence is that he's saying, and I just want to read it out to you. He's penned out the paragraph at 91 on the 20th of October, and I've told you people I've read these papers, and please believe me, when I read it, I generally speaking understand it the first time I read it. So, he says, the most sensible thing is to settle the matter on the basis that the plaintiff, that's the complaining company, withdraws the summons, and we are withdraw our defense on the basis that we provide an undertaking that we will not air the relevant story. Alternatively, we can agree to a final court confirming the final interdict. A cause of action I discourage. This will enable us to resolve the legal dispute and avoid litigation costs. This cause of action will not affect intended future investigations against anyone, including the complaining plaintiff. I hope this clarifies the legal position. Now, that particular email is sent by Mr. Vanara on October 20th, 2021 at 1:49 p.m. That's 11 minutes before 2. It's sent inter alia to a number of people, but including the employee, because she's on the email address, and say, unless she comes and says, look, I didn't receive it. So I really think in context it's important for my understanding that here a very senior legal practitioner at SABC is telling all the people, look guys, I think this is the way to resolve the matter in the interest of cost and the interest of SABC extricating itself, but it doesn't mean we can't do further investigations. You want to continue, please?
Thank you. I think that then that sort of puts to bed what I wanted to deal with on those relevant pages. I'm going to skip along.
I think you can. I've got the entire context.
Yeah. I want to skip along to
anything else can be clarified in cross-examination. I just want to understand. It's quite clear to me. There's a court order.
Yeah.
It's quite clear to me the SABC takes correctly so a formal line. Let's comply with the court order. It's not going to suppress a further investigation.
Yes.
You know, we do our job for the public's interest.
Yes.
And then comes on the 26th, and this thing is aired.
Yes.
So there's a clear breach of the court order. So now I want you to deal with that, how that comes about. Bearing in mind this employee's explanation that, look, you can't put the blame on me, somebody else messed up here. That's the real issue before.
So can you describe to me what happens on the evening of the 26th of October?
Yeah, so that evening, which is a Tuesday, it must have been after 8 in the evening, that I get a call from Ms. Cassim, from Workman's Tennis. And she then tells me that she has been trying to locate tennis of record. So there are matters that she would handle on behalf of the SABC. So when she called that evening, I thought she would have needed some urgent instructions. But it turned out no. She was now acting for the plaintiff in this matter. What also confused me, you'll see from the record we've been corresponding with Norton's and not
Worksman's.
Yes.
And Worksman's, generally speaking, if you look at the LRA reports, they normally act for SABC.
Yes.
So you get confused, you think, now what's happening here?
Yes.
Yeah.
So then she says, look, I've been trying to get hold of Chane, who's the attorney of record in this matter. I've been called by my clients who are frantic because you guys have now breached the court order. I said, which court order? She said on the 14th of September, the one interdicting the special assignment story. You guys have played it tonight at 8:30. And
that's on the 26th of October?
Yes. So I say to her, it can't be. You are alleging this, you need to prove this thing to me. She says, okay. I've also asked a client to send me footage of this, but what is most frustrating and concerning for the client is that apparently at 230 minutes, you intend replaying the story again. So I said, look, I can't stop what already happened, but let me try and prevent the second episode from being aired. And I need to speak to the G News to try to get to understand why this thing happened, how it happened, and so that she can also make sure that the story allegedly intended to be played at 130 minutes is also not played. So I then get off the call. I try to speak to my colleague, G News. I call, I couldn't get hold of her.
That's the employee?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because there's a colleague, Melin, who is Group Executive Video Entertainment, on whose channel the story would have aired. I tried to make contact.
Excuse me, Chair. It just appeared to me that the relevant person that's been mentioned is in the room. I'm not sure if there's any difficulty in him remaining in the room, or can I ask that he be excused at this point? Because he's
So
to testify.
On whose behalf?
On SABC's behalf.
Then I think, Mr. Moodley, you'd like the witness to be excused.
We don't have a particular issue with that, Commissioner, but we'll abide by your decision.
I think my preference is that he just be excused. So that,
all right,
so
thank you. Can you be excused, please?
Thank you.
Okay, so I then tried to phone Melin again, because my biggest fear now is
it's a repeat. Yeah.
Yes, so I'm trying to avert the repeat. That it has played, they must still come back to me to demonstrate that. But my main concern, so indeed this has happened, we must avert the second disaster. So I then, I don't get hold of suspect. I then call Berlin, who also does not pick up his phone. The reason being, if I can't get hold of suspect, Melin must stop.
He's second in command.
No.
No, Melin is responsible for video entertainment, what you know traditionally as television.
Okay.
So the program is going, or has allegedly played on Melin's platforms. I'm trying to get hold of Melin to say, there's a problem.
I understand. So you want to tell him stop it, we don't want to repeat performance.
Yeah. Because I can still give that instruction to Melin, because on the basis of the court.
So one day when you could explain to a judge and say, look, it was inadvertent, but as soon as I knew, I took steps to avoid it.
I also don't get hold of Melin. I then resort to dropping WhatsApp messages to G News to say, look, I've now been called by these lawyers.
Now understand, now you're informing them what's happening. G News is what? General news?
It's group executive for news.
I see.
The employee.
Okay,
yes.
fine. So you send her a WhatsApp?
Yes, now I start sending WhatsApp. And indeed, she reverts back to me to say, no, but this is not true. And I think I also say, I doubted that this is true. But I have requested the attorneys to provide me evidence.
That's Ms. Mabaso from
Yes.
Worksmans.
Yes. Indeed, I do receive the videos from Ms. Mabaso, which I then immediately forward to the group executive of news. She would have come back to me later in that evening, of course now seeing that, look, this thing did play, and I'm sure she would have wanted time to understand the circumstances under which this would have played.
So the repeat doesn't take place?
The repeat doesn't take place, and she does return to me to say no, there is no repeat that is scheduled, and I think there is conversation between myself and her to say, I was also looking on the platforms, checking what is happening, and there was nothing that indicates this would have been repeated.
Now, whilst all of this is happening, I want you to give context to what you are busy with. In other words, leading up to this breach, there's a letter from Chani attorneys, who are the attorneys that are representing the SABC in the intellect proceedings. Can I ask you to turn to page 103, please?
Yes.
Now, can you explain what this is and what the purpose of this correspondence is?
This is now the 26th of October, and we are now dealing with the action proceedings.
Yes.
Yeah, I've read all these letters. That letter says we will not air this program in conformity with the order of 14th of September.
Not that one, Chair. So this one is, there's a settlement, sort of final settlement that has been discussed. So I'm saying Mr. Vanaka is taking efforts leading up to the breach. So this is the afternoon of the 26th.
So you look at 103?
103, yeah.
Yes, yeah.
So in the context is that whilst, you know, the legal office is trying to settle the dispute, and that's what I wanted Mr. Vanaka to do.
So essentially, we're agreed we're going to settle the issue.
Yeah.
And all that we are doing is to tidy up the loose ends.
Correct. So there are discussions around settlement, and you are almost at the end. Can you then deal with what then happens? I see that there's a letter, an email that is addressed.
Can I just summarize this, because I really don't think it's an issue. Ultimately, there's a settlement where you accept that you aid it and you tender the cost and you say, let's put this behind us.
Spot on. So that's what 103 is.
Yes, that's what it does, right? So you move on.
103.
No, 103 is the first letter that says we will not air.
No.
103 deals with the settlement negotiations around the action proceedings.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. And then
Remember,
there's a
no
wording.
breach at that
Norton
stage.
wants the wording to be more broadly defined than our duty. So all that, I don't think is an issue before.
Yeah, so I've moved on from that.
Yeah, so ultimately the action is completely settled, and you give an undertaking to Norton's, we will investigate how this came about.
Later on, yes.
Yeah.
So that's not 103, but if you've read that.
I've read all that. So,
okay, so essentially maybe just run through that evidence around what you then get, because there's an email that you get from Chani attorneys.
So I just suggest, I don't think anything is controversial here. I understand the full picture, right? Now there's a breach of the court order. Now you've got to deal with it. Now you settle that also with Norton's, right?
Yes.
So everything is settled, there's a final order placed in place, and for the breach you then tendered the cost for that.
Yes, so what happened?
Because you now realize, look, you've breached, SABC has breached the court order.
Yes, so
Yeah.
there's two things. There's that action proceedings,
Yeah.
which we have not yet finalized.
Yes.
I think it's enrolled for the 18th of January next year.
Yeah.
Where
But
we
you've reached agreement on it.
Yes, we've reached it.
Yes.
But part of that agreement,
Yeah.
which is not incorporated in that draft order,
Yes.
because we wanted to keep deliberately so
Yeah.
the issue of the breach
Yeah.
away from the action proceedings, not even take that to court. So there is a correspondence where Nortons say, look, you've now in breach of this agreement. You need to tell us who did this thing and blah, blah, blah. And later on, we write back to them to say, look, we apologize for it.
Is this the letter that is on 106? The chairperson
Yeah.
has read it. I just need you to confirm and move on.
Yes. But to that letter, I think we respond on the 2nd of November. There is a letter to which we responded on the 2nd of November, where we had to apologize for.
But you can accept this read, those letters are read,
Yes,
they're part of the record, you may be cross-examined on it.
Yeah.
The only issue that remains for me is you got an explanation from the employee to say how it came about. Were you satisfied with the explanation? That's the only issue before me. If you're satisfied with the explanation, then she says, I wasn't party to it, then that should be the end of this inquiry. If you're not satisfied, tell me why you're not satisfied. That's the crux of this matter.
Yeah, is that expected from me?
Do you want Mr. Banaga?
Or unless you got another witness.
Yeah, to say why is why the explanation is not satisfactory.
Yes, who's dealing with that?
The CEO will.
Oh, well, that's the only issue before me.
Yeah.
Yes, fine.
That's fine, but I want
the better to understand it.
Great. Chair, with your permission, I'd like to deal with one more issue.
Sure.
Just to emphasize, and I know you've read it. The document on page 110, where Chinese attorneys write to Nortons and says to them, our client would like to apologize unreservedly to your client for the damages and inconveniences caused by the unlawful airing, etc., etc. Did you ever get an apology from the employee? Has there been an apology or recognition from the employee leading up to you instructing your attorneys to apologize?
No, the apology comes from the Group Chief Executive Officer.
Yeah.
Because having explained the consequences of what has now transpired,
Yes.
and he says, what is the worst case scenario? So I explained to him, how then do we mitigate the adverse consequences of this thing? Then I said, look, we need to apologize for this thing.
So the point that you're saying is that the apology happens at the level of the GCE and yourself. Does it happen at the level of the employee?
No.
Okay. And then does that, you heard the attorney for the employee saying that they don't understand why there's such a big deal around these charges when the SABC is not in jeopardy of a criminal sanction, of a damages sanction, etc., or even a reputational issue. What do you make of those comments? Because it informs the posture of the employee. We assume that the attorney was speaking on instructions, where there is an attitude that says, we don't understand why you're making a big deal about this, as at that point.
Chairperson, may I interject? That's not exactly what we said, that this is not a big deal. She complied with the interdict. We're not saying that it's a big deal. What we're saying is that the charges against her are harsh because this issue is settled.
But you do appreciate that the Group Chief Executive Officer had to adopt the attitude he did by virtue of the judgment of Justice Kampepe in the well-known Zuma case. President Zuma case.
Correct.
It's an order of court, you must comply with it.
Correct. That's,
and I think he acted responsibly, the group chief executive.
And that, we don't deny that, Chairperson. But what we're not downplaying is the importance of that interdict, the importance of not airing the episode. The charges against her, however, are harsh because the issue was settled. And okay, there's other issues obviously I'll get to that.
But we can debate that in due course.
But I mean, you know, I don't make up words. These are the words of the attorney, who specifically said there was specific reference to the charge sheet, and in particular there was emphasis on the damages. To say, but why are you making a big deal about this when you are not in jeopardy of suffering any damages, when you're not in jeopardy of any criminal sanction, when your reputation is not in jeopardy? That's not my words. That is the words that are coming from the representative of the employee. Now, given that you've already put on record that there was no apology from the employee, and now we are hearing this from her lawyer, what do you make of that?
Chairperson, I'm sorry to interject again. We have not yet disclosed this evidence or anything of that.
Can I leave that for debate?
It's an assumption, but also, Chairperson,
if you don't mind, let's just leave that for argument.
One last thing, he's disclosing aspects of a without prejudice conversation.
No.
Yes, we discussed it without prejudice.
I need to clarify.
No, it was said to me,
it was said, so I'm not sure if you heard. It wasn't what you said. So I didn't quote you in case that you found.
Yeah, I think that the flip side of the coin is the following, that if that apology didn't come from your group chief executive, somebody would have carried the headline, SABC defies court order. Yeah, that's the reputational harm, isn't it?
Yeah, but there's one point I want to make around the settlement.
Yes.
The part of the basis of the settlement was that we as an organization need to get to the bottom.
Yes, what happened
of
here?
what happened.
Sure.
And ensure that there's consequence.
But I said that because I read the letter.
Yes.
I read the agreement.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's part of it.
Fine.
That's my examination.
Thank you. Cross exam? Yes.
One correction on the record. When you summarized, you said that the SABC didn't tender the costs on the other side. That's each side paid their own costs.
No, I read somewhere that you tendered the cost of the. Am I wrong?
I think the ultimate conclusion is that everybody would go their separate ways.
Yes, there was no order as to.
There's no order, but somewhere along the line you did tender costs.
Yes, we did tender costs initially.
Yeah.
And when they came back accepting the proposal that we make, there is another correspondence that we instructed our attorneys to say, because we're really on our knees, and we said,
all right, you've
can they
clarified the
consider,
record. Yeah, that's fine.
that we don't.
Yeah, I know that company. I don't think they really need your cost. Yeah.
that was our consideration.
I know all the personalities in the company because I live in Joburg. Yes, all right. Thank you.
Thank you. That's my examination in chief.
Are you in a position to cross-examine?
May we, at your indulgence, Chairperson, my learned colleague, take a 15-minute break just to get my head around everything?
Right, because I don't think any of his evidence is controversial.
Not necessarily, Chairperson. Yeah. That's what should be.
I think Mr. Plaike's evidence is going to be the crucial evidence. Yeah. All right. 10 minutes or 15?
You could do 10, actually.
When you're ready, I'm here. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair.
I've also read your bundle.
Thank you, Chairman.
Sure.
Well, we come out of that disciplinary hearing of SABC News head Phathiswa Magopeni, where they're trying to attempt to figure out if there was a breach of a court order. The leader of the session saying, is there merit in the allegations, and has the CEO acted improperly in charging? And he says he's following the Labour Relations Act in terms of being procedurally correct, but also saying that the onus lies on the employer to prove that they've exhausted processes before taking action against Ms. Magopeni. We heard there the voice of SABC legal head, Advocate Mtutu Zelivanara, saying he received an inquiry from Werksmans asking why the SABC had played by playing that special assignment episode in question on the 28th of October. And this is the genesis of this whole process. We'll continue to take you there when they return. You're watching The Agenda. Let's take a break.
The new McFeast chili cheese from McDonald's ignites love for every moment we share. Make a feast of it.
My life before ClearScore was really frustrating because I couldn't get a loan. So what I then did was to download the ClearScore app. I was so fascinated because within a year, my credit score increased in such a way that I applied for a home loan.
Join Tembegile and 3 million South Africans already using ClearScore. Download the free app now. ClearScore. Get your credit report and score for free forever.
Organizer. Today, I'm a modeling coach, I'm a patient organizer. 207 nero twetsa young people gore ba latele ditoro tsa bone. Ke batla bona ke change le matshelo a batho ba ntsi. Leina la ka ke Obi the brand. Modeling company ya ka ke Spotlight Modeling Academy. Ke tlopetse City Square Mall because batho ga ba feta ba bona mmereko wa rona. Ke leboga ebile gape ke motlotlo ke dira dio tse kgale ke batla go di etsa mo botshelong ba ka so ka leboga go dithulaganyong tseo tsa mo SABC 1.
A new coronavirus variant has been detected in South Africa.
The individual was a traveler who returned from South Africa on November the 22nd.
The CDC says it's looking at toughening up testing protocol for all travelers entering the US.
It was already circulating in Europe before South Africa sounded the alarm.
The variant detected has also been found in the Netherlands, Belgium, Italy, Germany, and other countries.
It's clear travel bans cannot stop the circulation of a virus.
Allow me to say, travel apartheid.
The Formula One News Mercedes team principal Toto Wolff says he can give no assurances that Lewis Hamilton will continue in Formula One after Sunday's controversial ending to the title-deciding Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. Wolff stated that he had been in daily dialogue with the 7-time Formula One world champion, but he believed Hamilton may never get over the pain of being robbed of a record 8th Formula One title. Mercedes have also withdrawn their appeal against the controversial finish to the title-deciding Abu Dhabi Grand Prix.
Hold them accountable for the actions, because we cannot continue in a sport that is meant to be sport followed by entertainment and not the other way around, that we are held ransom by ad hoc decisions in every field. There needs to be clear measures in place before the start of the season, so every driver, every team, and the fans understand what's on and what is not on. Every step on the way, it was joint decisions. We decided together with Lewis to protest, to launch the appeal, and to withdraw the appeal. But nobody of us, neither him or us, want to win a world championship in the courtroom. But on the other side, we were deeply wronged on Sunday, and it wasn't just a case of a bad call. It was freestyle reading of the rules and it left Lewis like a sitting duck, not interested to having a conversation with Michael Masi. What he has, the decisions that have been taken in the last 4 minutes of this race have robbed Lewis Hamilton of a deserved world championship.
Is there any danger he may not see out the 2 years he's committed to with Mercedes?
Lewis and I are disillusioned at the moment. We're not disillusioned of the sport. We love the sport with every bone in our body, and we love it because because the stopwatch never lies. But if we break that fundamental principle of sporting fairness and authenticity of the sport, that suddenly the stopwatch doesn't become relevant anymore because we are exposed to random decision making, that is clear that you may fall out of love with that you start to question if all the work that you have been putting in, all the sweat, tears, and blood can actually be demonstrated in terms of bringing the best of possible performances on track, because it can be taken away randomly. So it's going to take a long time for us to digest what has happened on Sunday. I don't think we will ever come over it. That's not possible.
Is there any doubt in your mind whether Lewis will be back in the car next season? Because that didn't sound like you're 100% sure that he'll be back racing for you guys next season. And are you guys okay? It must be on a human level really difficult to lose a championship like that and come to terms with it in the days afterwards.
From a human level, it's extremely difficult because it is so disappointing. As I said before, we love this sport, and suddenly you're starting to question. I mean, you must never lose the big context of life. This is just Formula One. It's just a sport. Much worse things happened out there, and we shouldn't fall in the trap of thinking this is the most important thing in the world. But it's our little microcosmos, and it's a microcosmos that we have been part of, where we have created values and beliefs, and many of those values and beliefs were kicked on Sunday. So I would very much hope that Lewis continues racing, because he's the greatest driver of all times. When you look at it from the point of view of the last 4 races, he dominated on Sunday. There was not even a doubt who won the race. And that was worthy of winning the World Championship. So we will be working through the events over the next weeks and months. And I think as a racer, his heart will say, I need to continue, because he's at the peak of his game. But we have to overcome the pain that was caused upon him on Sunday, also because he is a man with clear values and difficult to understand that happened. I'm in a daily dialogue with him, but also respect that there is not a lot to talk at the moment. Each of us copes in their own way with the feelings that we have at the moment. And I just need to do the utmost that I can to help him to overcome these imminent feelings that he has, in order for him to return stronger, or to return strong with a love of the sport and trust in the decision-making of the sport next year.
Meanwhile, Red Bull's Max Verstappen collected his Formula One World Champions trophy at a gala awards ceremony last night and looked forward to fighting 7-time title holder Lewis Hamilton again next season. Neither his Mercedes rival Hamilton, beaten this year on the last lap of the last race, nor Mercedes team principal Toto Wolff attended the event at the Louvre Museum in Paris. Mercedes constructors title was collected by technical director of the team, James Allison.
To the 2021 FIA Formula One World Champion, Max Verstappen.
Of course, going to keep pushing. I'm going to be in F1 for a few more years, but you know, this has been an incredibly tough season as well. I mean, you know, especially, you know, looking back at it and also seeing these like shots, you know, especially with my dad, you know, going back in the day, go-karting, when I saw these 3 go-karts up here as well, you know, everything comes back, and traveling all over Europe with that one goal is first, you know, getting to Formula One, but then actually be successful in Formula One, win races and fight for that title. And I was very lucky to have a lot of good friends, family, you know, especially my dad and then my girlfriend, all there in Abu Dhabi. And yeah, what a crazy race in general. I mean, if they would have told me that was going to happen the night before, I probably would have had a heart attack and I couldn't compete. But
And the winner of the championship for the constructors title is Mercedes-AMG Petronas. And to receive the award, please welcome the team Chief Technical Officer, James Allison.
It is a brilliant group of people who work tirelessly, and I can't stress enough what a massive pleasure it is to be able to pick up this trophy today after a championship of such quality. To have had the pleasure of fighting like cats and dogs all year with Red Bull.
Trent Alexander-Arnold was on the score sheet as Liverpool scored a 3-1 victory over Newcastle at Anfield and moved the Reds back within 1 point of English Premiership leaders Manchester City. Here's a look at the goals from that match.
And that's Fraser and Thiago who gave the ball away, then lose it to Shelvey, whose strike is into the back of the Liverpool net, and Liverpool sucker punched early on. And that's for Sadio Mane. Flag stays down, and the ricochet comes back off the post and off shot and into the goalkeeper's hands. And it was Konate came flying in and has left 2 Newcastle players down. The referee's going to have to stop the game here. There is a head injury. Play's going on at the moment, and Jota's there. Wonderful save, but not at the second time. And Newcastle won't be happy here because they had a player injured inside the penalty area, and they're all chasing Mike Dean. Liverpool are celebrating an equaliser. Diogo Jota at the second attempt. There's Wellington. Shelvey, and Sadio Mane goes in, and it's going to come to Salah. And that's Alexander-Arnold. Oh! It's a screamer. It's an absolute screamer.
Chelsea have lost valuable points in the title race after being held to a 1-1 draw by a weakened Everton side at Stamford Bridge last night. Here are those goals.
Jorginho. Pinched it from Andre Gomez. Here's Ziyech again. That's better. Better way of keeping the ball. Great run by Reece James.
Oh, it's brilliant. Jorginho's picked him out, and Reece James has put it wide. Everything but the goal.
I'll tell you what, from our vantage point, Matt, you know, that's a great run.
James has picked up one of those pockets of space in midfield again, and he's driving on. It's a decent pass as well, and it might have grazed the post on the way past from Mason Mount.
All I would say was there's probably half a yard short of the right pace on the ball.
Oh, that's really clever from Hakeem Ziyech. Sent Mason Holgate for a hot dog. Now can he pick out a colleague? Oh, what a goal that would have been. What a shame that Pickford was able to deny it and stop Pulisic from scoring.
It's another good chance, isn't it? Super play from Ziyech, wasn't it?
To Rudiger. Oh, brilliant. He's got it back through to Mason Mount, and Pickford has made an excellent save by sticking his leg out. Oh, 3 or 4 times in this half, Chelsea have almost scored the goal of the season.
Unbelievable. What a goal that would have been.
Against Gomez, off for James, space for Mount, right-hand side. Here he is, it's Mason Mount!
Yeah!
There's the breakthrough! And no surprise that it's Mount who's got the goal. He can't stop scoring at the moment. 4 in 4 in the Premier League for Mason Mount. And at long, long last, Chelsea get the breakthrough against this stubborn Everton side. Good ball as well, and it's been touched in at the far post. Would you believe it? It was always going to be from a set piece that it looked like they would get their goal, and that's exactly what Jared Branthwaite has done. The game is done. Final score, Chelsea 1, Everton 1.
An International Swimming Federation President Hussein Al Musallam believes the FINA 25-meter World Championships in Abu Dhabi brings hope to the normalization of life in response to growing global concerns over the spread of the Omicron coronavirus variant. FINA has confirmed that 937 swimmers will take part in the World Swimming Championships, but South Africa will be represented by only 2 swimmers after a massive withdrawal. 183 countries are taking part in the event.
And now, please welcome the final in the men's 400-meter freestyle.
Olympic gold medalist Tatiana Schoonmaker is a notable absentee after almost the entire South African team were forced to withdraw due to a coronavirus-related travel ban on the country. A total of 21 South African swimmers were due to make the trip to the United Arab Emirates, but only 2 have been confirmed as entries. They are 10-time short course world champion Chad Letlow and Australian-based Michaela Pulford. It has also been reported that Italy's Fabio Scozzoli, who claimed gold at the 2012 World Championships, was forced to pull out of the event, scheduled to run from Saturday until next Tuesday. Despite 7 countries withdrawing, top international swimmers from 183 countries will be in action, including Japan's double world record holder Taiya Seto, who won gold in the 200 meters butterfly and 400 meters individual medley at the 2018 World Championships. The first gold medal of the event went to Felix Aubuch of Austria in the men's 400 meters freestyle.
I don't know what to say. I came here, I wanted to swim my personal best, and I think this race was exactly what I wanted to do, and I was able to perform finally and become a world champion.
Competition was still very stiff. Shibam Hauni set a new world record in the women's 200 meters freestyle. She clocked 1 minute, 50.31 seconds to win gold, beating Rebecca Smith of Canada and Paige Madden of the United States.
I don't know, I'm really happy with it, and I don't think there are words can describe how happy I am, because I was so close for a bit, and you know, I'm happy that I finally did it. It's Hong Kong's first ever world champion, world record, so I'm so happy about it.
Then it was Letlow's turn to shine in the men's 200 meters butterfly final. Letlow had a very strong start and led at the beginning of the race, but the 29-year-old South African ran out of steam as the race progressed and was already lying third with 25 meters remaining. He got bronze after finishing third, with 22-year-old Alberto Razzetti of Italy winning gold in 1 minute 49.06 seconds. Neo Pinto of Switzerland won silver.
It's incredible. I'm speechless. It's a great result. The time is incredible. I was feeling so good today, so I tried until the end, and I made it.
did. And that final 25 was like neck and neck across the pool, you know, with you guys. But you got that touch on the wall. What does it feel like now to stand there and say, I'm world champion?
I think I will realize it tomorrow because now it's just incredible.
Tessa Cheblucha of Canada won gold in the women's 400 meters individual medley. The 23-year-old clocked 4 minutes, 25.55 seconds. Japanese world champion Daiya Soto did not disappoint in the men's 200 meters individual medley. He won gold after clocking 1 minute, 51.15 seconds. Canada and the United States could not be separated in the women's 4x100 meters freestyle relay, both clocking 3 minutes, 28.52 seconds. Sweden had to settle for bronze. The Russian Swimming Federation won their first ever relay medal in the men's 4x100 meters freestyle final. Italy and the United States had to settle for silver and bronze respectively. Phathiswa Ramara, SABC News.
The new McFeast chili cheese from McDonald's ignites love for every moment we share. Make a feast of it.
Involved in the charges laid against the employee and that whole process?
The only time I got to be involved was when we were called to the South African News on the 27th of October. We were called in a meeting at 8 o'clock by the GCO to get to understand the events of the previous evening, because amongst other people that I made contact with was the GCO to appraise him of the developments that evening. Beyond that, that is a matter that will fall within employee relations, not legal services.
So in terms of the page 1 of the employees bundle, which is the letter sent on the 18th of November 2021, did you have any dealings with that from what you're telling me?
The only dealings would have been to update the GCO, because as you can see, there's a reference to legal services, this and that. It would have been to the extent that we would have provided the information that speaks to legal services in the letter.
The information that regarding this letter, where it holds her liable for the airing of the show on the 26th of October 2021. Are you aware of all that content? Did you have any perusal of this content? Any knowledge whatsoever of this content?
Holding who accountable?
The employee.
No, I had nothing to do with it.
Okay. All right.
I've seen the letter because it's in the bundle, but not before it was sent to her and engaged with her.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to know.
Okay.
Now, just on that note, who would actually be dealing with this? Employee relations, as you said, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so I'm going to clarify that. Then I want to talk to you just briefly about the structure of the, I just want to see if you have knowledge of this, the structure of the news division and the structure of video entertainment. Are you aware of the different structures between news division and video entertainment?
No, I wouldn't have granular detail of that. It would have come to my attention at Exco, especially when we were dealing with the Section 189 and the approval of those structures. But I wouldn't sit here and say this is how GE News or the news division structure obtains, this is how video entertainment structure obtains.
Okay, understood. And then tell me, just to simplify it, are you aware that news division will send the content to be broadcasted to the video entertainment division? Are you aware of that particular operation?
Now, those operations I wouldn't be privy to.
Okay.
I don't know how the colleagues collect news and how it gets to go on screen.
Okay.
All I know is what I would have seen on screen.
Okay.
The interface between G News and G Video Entertainment, those operational matters between the two of them.
Okay, so there's no trick question to it. I'm just seeing if you have personal knowledge.
No.
Okay.
I would not. Unless there would have been an issue that would have required legal to get involved to understand those nitty-gritties to advise the corporation. But there hasn't been that opportunity. I deal separately with G News on news-related aspects, and I deal separately with G Video Entertainment on video entertainment-related matters.
And in terms of investigating this matter, are you involved in the investigation process to give a recommendation as to who's liable? Are you involved in that?
No. You mean this matter?
Yes.
No, I was not involved in the investigation. My involvement was to explain, as you'll see in my report, what was legal involvement in the which would have been reports from time to time. There is a committee, the News and Editorial Committee, to which news report to. From time to time, I also submit reports to that committee on legal matters that relate to the news division within legal services. Then the other aspect would be on broadcast complaints, which is another department that reports to me, which is policy and regulation.
So tell me,
I was not involved in any investigation.
Do you have any knowledge then as to who would be responsible to compile an investigative report for this matter, for this particular matter?
I wouldn't know. I guess it's going to be dependent on the decision maker, whether the decision maker deems the appropriate way to solicit whatever information.
Tell me, is head of legal not involved in these issues at the SABC?
Which issues?
These specific, like for example,
investigation,
and then recommending a sanction to who is liable.
No.
You will get involved?
We have an investigation department in internal audit, but that is not investigate everything and anything that must be investigated. Those would relate to complaints that they would receive either through their hotline, which basically would be whistleblowing on some of the issues, or they would be then requested to conduct a specific investigation. But on this kind of investigation, if it was required, I can't say. Perhaps I would be requested, or another colleague, HR would be requested, depending on where the skill set would lie.
Okay, you answered my question. Then, going back to context of this case, the employee's version is that at all times they complied with this court order. And I see that there is obviously WhatsApp discussions with you, which we'll get to, right? You would agree with me that at all times she intended to comply with the court order.
I can sit here and say she did not. There were instances where her team had kind of pushed back, but we overcame that, and I think we got to understand each other. between myself and the team, inclusive of him.
But you'd agree with me that since the interim court order was granted on the 14th of September 2021, she gave no instruction whatsoever that this episode that was interdicted needed to be broadcasted. It's correct.
I do not know what instructions she gave to the team, but I'm not aware that she gave an instruction that says continue to broadcast the story.
Are you sure about that?
Yes, perhaps if you want, you can remind me.
I want to refer you to the employees bundle. If you look at page 110.
I don't have that bundle. No. Sorry. No. It's a big board. What page, sorry?
110.
Okay. 110 has got quite a number of emails, so we need to help.
Great. So I'm just going to refer you to the relevant one. If you look at the third email from Phathiswa and Tuli.
That from the top.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then if you look at the date of that email when it's sent. Okay.
Yes, Wednesday, 20 October.
Okay.
The minute before the 1500.
Okay. Now, I want you to read the context of this email, right? But I want you to start from the second paragraph.
Sorry, but this is sent by Busi Ntuli.
Correct, Chairperson. That's the executive producer. Yeah. But you'll see that the employee CC'd in the email.
Yeah.
With the instruction.
But she's not talking, isn't it?
She's not talking, correct. But it's
so this witness testified. He says, I don't know of an instance where she said she will not comply.
Correct. So
you said, let me remind you. But now but now you're referring to what Busi Ntuli says.
Correct. So she falls under the employee chairperson in terms of the structure. So it's the department as a whole, and it's instruction obviously coming from the employee herself. If you'd like me, chairperson, I could just maybe rephrase the question.
Now I've read the email, so what's the issue you want to put to him?
So if you see here clearly, in terms of from the department itself, and let me rephrase that, Mr. Benara, the department here is giving a clear indication that they will not
to proceed with the broadcast.
The broadcast forward, correct. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
And you see when that email was sent there, the 20th October.
Yeah, 1 minute to 3, yeah, he said so.
Okay. Now, the episode was mistakenly broadcast on the 26th of October 2021, correct?
Sorry,
Correct.
Excuse me, objection. Did you say that it was mistakenly?
Yes.
So maybe just put that as a version. We haven't established that it was mistaken. You're putting that to the witness as if it's common cause.
Can I raise it with the chairperson?
Sure.
Well, it's put to you now. This undertaking, you read this one here, right? This is it's a fair undertaking because he's saying we don't accept the veracity of the different versions, but we give the undertaking, we won't air it. It's a proper undertaking, as I read it.
Yes, it's an undertaking. We form the basis on which we make the undertaking.
Yeah, but they're saying to you also at the same time, there's more that meets the eye here, which seems to be fair, as far as Ali is concerned. But it doesn't matter, the undertaking is there.
Thank you.
By Busi. And it's put to you that she's talking on behalf of the department. You see that.
Chair, perhaps just to augment, so to be clear, the part that I'm taking issue with.
I know I'm going to come back to that part. I just want to clarify that. You accept that she's talking on behalf of the department?
No, certainly, especially in the presence of G News.
Yes.
Yes, right.
That's the first thing. Then the second proposition is put to you is that that which was aired on the 26th of October was a mistake.
I cannot comment on the circumstances beyond the email. But what I do know, having given the undertaking, there was more to be done to ensure that the undertaking we give to the other party,
it's implemented.
We implement it. How it got mixed up and all of that is not for me to respond.
Thank you. Mr. Moodley, anything else?
Thank you, Chairperson. Just to clarify to as well, and very briefly I'll touch on this. Then you see the second email above there. The email was from you, correct? On the same date?
The one at the bottom?
Yes. No.
This is noted with thanks, my sister. I'm grateful there's alignment on the way forward.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what I want to clarify there. Then I want to take you to the employer's bundle, page 24.
Yes.
Let's go to my side. Okay, you get testimony regarding this correspondence, right?
The court order,
now,
you mean?
Not the court order, if you look at, sorry.
I thought you said 24.
Actually, before we go there, let's go to 13, sorry. Skip to 13. This is the one, okay? So if you look at page 13.
Page 13, yes.
Yes. You see that there's an email there sent from the employee.
The top one?
Yes.
Okay.
CC2, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you gave testimony regarding this trail of emails from 13 to 14. All right, and specifically this email here on 13, which the employee testified regarding, which you testified regarding the employee sent.
Yes.
Right? You'd agree with me firstly that this email was sent before the actual interdict was granted in court. Correct?
This would have been on the 14th, yes, it's 11/8. The interdict would have been granted just before 8 o'clock that evening. And that's when we got it.
Great. And 8 o'clock, the interdict is granted. But before that, she's just expressing her journalistic duties as the news division do, correct? In terms of sending this email and her concerns addressed it. Do you agree with me?
That's correct.
Okay. And then what the employee will testify she's doing is that she's advising here that this is a programming issue. The editor and the executive producer will deal with it.
Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with the email.
But my point is that it was before any...
yeah, correct. He's considered that. And he's considered that this is fair comment. What she's saying is that people are given anybody who's adversely reported upon are also given an opportunity to state their case.
Mm-hmm.
It's a fair observation, yeah.
Thanks, Chairperson. And then just to tie that in...
And as a journalist, she's understandably upset that the court should interfere in these matters, because normally you want matters to be aired openly. It's understandable. Any journalist will want matters to be ventilated fully.
Just like any lawyer would want to win every case.
No, but I think the journalist, it's more about transparency. Anyway. Yeah.
What are you saying about lawyers, Chief?
Not necessarily about transparency. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. And then just to tie that in, now, since then, the episode never aired on the 14th of September, that's common course. correct?
Yes.
The 20th, and just to quickly rehash, the 20th of October 2021, they sent the email from the news division saying that they've withdrawn to air this episode, correct?
I wouldn't know about that. It was sent to the 20th.
20th of October, the previous email we just went through.
Boosie, the one that you said my sister, yeah, the Boosie one.
The one you acknowledged.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if we go to page 26.
Employers bundle.
Employees bundle, correct.
Employees
Sorry,
bundle.
Employer.
Correct. Same bundle.
6. Okay, and then?
Now, you refer to these trail of emails that you see here, and this is from the 4th of October 2021, correct?
Which one are you referring
If
specifically?
you look at the first one on page 26.
The top
then-
one?
Yes.
Okay.
So, that's the email from the employee.
Correct.
Okay. Now, the employee will testify. With regards to this, you referred us to the Competition Commission's ruling in July 2019, correct?
Yes, correct.
The employee will testify she had no sight of that ruling.
I can dispute it.
And in addition, whilst this episode, and just to explain the employee's version, whilst this episode was interdicted, the employee will testify that she was challenging the stories as per journalistic duties.
I'm sorry.
She was challenging the story. It's the same as what the chairperson put to you. She was challenging the story still. That's all she was doing. She never heard. You'd agree with me. Just to clarify.
Yeah, Mr. Murli, I think you can take it that you know it is what it says. Interpretation is a question of law. It doesn't matter what this witness says. It's quite clear that she's saying she still believes in the veracity of the version.
Thank you, Chairperson.
I accept that. You understand, Mr. Venara, your opinion is not binding on me on what this states. It's quite clear.
It's a material one,
Yeah.
I think. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
No, actually, I mean, this email, the email was just saying, look, you've received papers, we don't know what's happening. That's the context in which I responded to this email. I didn't see anything wrong.
Yeah, but the source is now saying that, look, man, I gave that affidavit under threat. I've reported the matter to the police, and the head of news is saying to you, look, I've viewed this again. There seems to be some merit in the complaints that led to the investigation and the production of the program. That's all it says, which makes eminent sense to me. That's her view. Her view is that this should be aired. She's expressing a view.
In addition to that, I just want to add lastly, just to this specific, it's common cause. Nowhere here in this email that she says we intend on airing this episode, correct? This interdicted episode, correct? Nowhere does she say we're going to air it specifically.
No, I take the email to what it is.
Correct.
I read no more, no less.
And I just want to refer you to page 90 of the same bundle.
Yes.
Okay, now on page 90, I'm just going to take you back a bit because sorry, on the employees bundle.
Page 90.
90, correct, yeah. Just to take you back a bit, just to draw a parity between keep 90 open, right? And then if you look at the employers bundle, page 111. Okay? Right? And then keep 90, the employers bundle open. Now, The parity I want to draw here, just to...
Sorry, I say 90 of who?
90 of the employers bundle and 111 of the employees bundle.
So where in page 90 do you want me to keep an eye on?
So if you look at your email sent, the very first email there, on Wednesday the 20th October 2021, and at 1:56 p.m., all right?
Okay.
I just see that, basically just before I get to the email, I just see that the parity is not included, but we've included it in our bundle just to make it easy. All right? So basically you say, dear leaders here, and in light of the report and presentation to the News Editorial Committee this morning, I need this matter resolved to avoid fruitless and wasteful expenditure given that there is no legal basis for the continued defense. Says Pat, please can you give me instruction on the matter, right? So that was page 90. You'd agree with me that on page 111 from Busisiwe, that was the response there.
Yeah, the undertaking.
The undertaking, correct? So you see now, just after your testimony this parity, they gave you an undertaking straight after that on the exact same day, right? You agree?
Yes, no, correct. The undertaking was given.
All right. It's just that in your testimony there was no mention of that undertaking. So that's why I wanted to just draw parity.
But I thought, and from what the chairperson was saying, that it is a common cause that the undertaking was given by the corporation to the other parties.
Okay. Which we've discovered now in cross-examination.
No,
it can be. It can be.
We've made the point, and the point that was made was that there was an undertaking and there was agreement that this thing would not be aired. So this is not new evidence. It's not new to some of us in this area.
Chairperson, it's okay. The undertaking is there, so that's all I wanted to establish.
Yes, is there anything else?
Yes, Chairperson, sorry, I'm just looking for the next page I have to refer to. Now, you were asking in leading, did you get an apology from the employee? Correct?
That's correct.
Now, from what I understand, you, in this process, Mr. Venaro, you obviously dealt with the external legal divisions. You were not involved in the employee relations in investigating this and charging the employee, correct?
That's correct.
So, as you sit here today, you cannot conclusively say whether she's guilty or not for this issue.
I don't even consider that to be my responsibility.
Correct. But that leads me to my next point. She did give you an explanation for the airing of this episode, correct? And that explanation you will find so if we turn to page 117 of the employees bundle.
117.
117.
Just need to help me with some missing thing there. I see 119, I don't know, I can't make out what is.
I got 110, then I got 111, and then I got 110. I haven't got 117.
Referring to 111.
Is that the one? Should I make that 117?
Sorry, what's 111? Because I have a separate 111.
Yeah, it's a mistake. I think what happened is the printer didn't type that 7 with the top.
Yeah, but just tell us after 113, then the next one starts with evening, Sister Pat, should I make that 114?
Let's make that 114, Chair.
Thank you. And then the one after that,
150.
the one after that, it's Evening Advocate Vanara. Can I make that 115? All right, and then the next one after that, I got 119. So the story wasn't aired today, and there are no plans to repeat the story at least tonight.
Can we cross that out and make it 116, Chairperson?
Thank you. Right.
Can I suggest something, just practically speaking? If we cross that, we don't have to cross the entire bundle, because after that it picks up the normal sequence.
Yeah, but I've done it. I've crossed it.
116.
Yeah, I've done it.
There's only a few pages going after.
Okay, so you're now at 1-1. Which page you want us to look at? Advocate Moodley, you want us to look at 117?
Thank you, Chair. So we look at 114.
114.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I got it. No, mine is numbered correctly now. That starts, Mr. Vanara, that starts with evening suspect. Sorry to trouble you this time of the evening. I got a call from Corsi Mabaso Worksmans, acting on behalf of the complainant, claiming this disputed special assignment story we were interdicted was aired this evening on special assignment. She says the story will be aired again on channel 404 at 9:30. In the event this is true, you need to ensure the story is not aired, as there is a court interdict preventing us from airing the story.
That's correct.
Yeah, that's your WhatsApp message.
That's correct.
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Moodley.
Thank you. So, Chair, okay, then we've gone through 114. Just to confirm, Mr. Now, these were from the evening of the 26th of October.
That's correct.
In the first screening, okay? Then if you look at 1115,
yes.
Okay. I don't want you to obviously mention the first because of we don't want to mention the name, obviously, right? But you see the evening Advocate Vanara, thank you for taking my call. I confirmed that. Okay, please send, and it says, please send me an undertaking that the interdicted show will not air at 22:30. Thanks. Who sent this to you?
Corsi Mabaso.
From Worksmans, yeah.
From Worksmans, correct. All right. So this is the WhatsApp messages you were referring to in your evidence that you provided.
Which I said I forwarded them to G News. Inclusive of, you'll see the second and third messages. Those were directly received from Corsi Mabaso, which I forwarded to the speaker.
Then if you look at the bottom of 1115, there's a message that was sent to you here. It says that's not true, Advocate. Okay, who sent that to you?
G News.
G News.
The group executive of news. What you are referring to as an employee.
Okay, all right. So, thanks. 116, okay? You said the story, so this was obviously coming from you. The story wasn't aired tonight. There are no other plans to repeat the story at least tonight?
No, I think it's still coming from. G News.
Okay.
I would have.
So when you.
So I'm saying, I'm asking, because in response to what G News is saying. So I'm saying, basically confirming the story wasn't aired tonight.
And let me go back to Mabaso of Worksmans. Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. And then the response here, there's no such program on air on the news channel tonight. Even if that was the case, it would have been on Tuesday. That's from G News, correct?
That's correct.
The employee.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Then if we refer to 117, all right?
Yeah.
These are your responses. I'm also watching what
That's correct. Yeah.
There's nothing at all. Okay? Then G News, the employee refers the watchdog was on air at
That's correct.
21. Okay? Then we can turn the page, we can go to 118. Okay, here you explain that the attorneys forwarded the videos claiming that these stories aired that evening.
That's
right?
correct.
Then you kindly say to G News, rest, we can chat tomorrow, okay? Now, then she subsequently tells you here, the employee, just got confirmation the story did air on SABC 3, right? They were supposed to air a repeat episode tonight. I am waiting for an explanation for how the episode ended up being aired instead. The EP was not aware until I shared the clip, she said, it shows that, obviously, as we said, okay, there's no intention to air it, but it was a mistake, correct? That it was aired.
I'm sorry, can I object? This mistake word is popping up again. And it doesn't pop up directly. If my learned friend wants to put it to the witness that the airing was a mistake, I think he should do so. He shouldn't do so in the context of asking a different question.
Chairperson, if it didn't air, let me just ask this question. If it didn't air intentionally, what do you then refer it to?
Maybe gross negligence.
That's the topic for the debate, and why we get. Okay. But perhaps, you know what, for the sake of just moving forward, Chairperson, I'll put it to him.
Okay.
And
all right, he's saying to you it was a mistake.
I'll take it what I'm told. I don't know what the issues are involved.
But somebody, but look at Murli, somebody's going to take responsibility.
correct, Chairperson, correct. And obviously he's not the person to answer because he was just involved with it. But we will get that with the further witnesses.
But as a head of department, isn't your client prepared to say, look, I must take responsibility?
Chairperson, so that's where the debate comes in line, because she's not the responsible person. And we will prove that in the evidence when these witnesses come to testify.
No, but I'm asking you, as the head of the department, shouldn't she take culpability and then discipline the people in her department who were clearly negligent?
Well, that issue is part of my... that's part of our evidence.
Well, then we end this inquiry. She says, as the head, I accept responsibility and I'll discipline the people. Then this inquiry comes to an end. I'm not running a truth and reconciliation. I'm running a domestic internal inquiry here.
That's quite correct.
So someone must accept responsibility. I mean, if my secretary sends out a document and she made a mistake, but I mean, she's my agent. So then I say, well, she made a mistake. I accept responsibility. It wasn't intended.
Another issue, Chairperson.
That's how you restore relationships.
Another issue, Chairperson, since we're getting to the bottom of this, is that it's not from her department where the liability comes.
Well, she's in charge of news.
Correct.
So who's in charge of whose department is it?
So when I asked...
All right. I'll just give you my prima facie thoughts. Have you got further questions for this witness?
Chairperson, before my learned comes back on, the reason I'm objecting...
This far, I must tell you something, and I hope everybody's listening. Whatever has happened this morning, I understood it from the documents. You haven't advanced it one bit. That's why we're a broke country. That's why all the organizations, particularly government departments, haven't got money, because they squander money on common cause factors. So everything that's happened until now, I understand it. If I understand it, then every South African should understand it, because I'm not any smarter than them. You understand, Mr. Vanara? So, Mr. Murli, have you got further questions for this witness?
Yes, Chairperson.
Because all this is on the documents, and I can read. Yes.
Chair, and the reason, if he wants to put a question to Mr. Vanara around the issue of his client's culpability, he must do so. What I'm cautioning against is this conflation of mistake, and then we move on. If you say,
No, that's fine. It's fine. Mr. Murli, any other questions for this witness?
Chairperson, let me just finish up the round off quickly.
Yes,
the few points that I have, all right? So we're back on 1119, right? 119, sorry.
Which is what used to be 122.
Okay, so tell me, from the top here, it says, greetings Ali, the episode we are going to repeat broadcast tonight is in fact still waiting. Who sent that to you?
Now, this, I don't know.
But does it matter, Mr. Murli? Still waiting was broadcast. The defense, as I read it, is somebody messed up, and under the still waiting banner came in the tow trucking issue. That's this case is all about.
That's correct, Chairperson.
So why is it an issue before? Why are you debating this with him? I understand that.
I'm just placing it into record, Chairperson, because these WhatsApp messages that shows what...
But the messages are part of the record. It's before me. It's part of the record. I'm going to write the judgment. I mean, if you're doing all this to elucidate me, you're wasting time because I understand it.
Thank you, Chairperson. Okay, I'll get to my last question then.
I don't know how other people run inquiries because I see inquiries run for weeks and weeks and weeks, but then either they're incompetent or they don't know what they're doing. But you can't put me in the same category. I understand these issues.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Yeah.
But there's just one point I want to make, Chair, on that 122.
Yeah.
Those WhatsApp seem to be attributed to myself. And I just need to get clarity because I was never involved in this communication. On the employee.
But Mr. Vanara, the issue is this, right? The employee is saying that there was a program called Still Waiting. And instead of Still Waiting, they put the tow car issue. That's what I read the documents to say. How that came about is my job to find out today. That's the only issue before me. Somebody messed up badly. I want to know who that person is. It mustn't happen again. So that's the issue before me.
All I'm saying...
I don't want to sit another day and take public funds. I'm sorry. It's wrong. So please, let's just get to the bottom of this matter. That's the only issue. So Mr. Mudli, what other questions you got that can enlighten me on that issue?
No further questions, Chair.
Mr. Bill, is there anything more in re-examination on the real issue before me?
No.
Somebody ate something that shouldn't have been ate.
Yeah.
It's common cause,
That's
right?
That's
so
right.
who's responsible, how it came about is what I want to find out.
100%.
Yes, Mr. Vanara, thank you very much. You're excused. Thank you. Your next witness?
Yes, I'm going to need help.
Sure, I'll do that for you.
There's just the issue of these WhatsApp messages. It didn't come from me. I don't know.
How we got it? Is it only one document?
All right, so we're bringing you live proceedings there from the disciplinary proceedings of SABC News GE, responsible for news, Phathiswa Magopeni, in Sandton. Advocate Nazeer Cassim, saying that he doesn't want to spend too much time on this issue. He's saying the issue is who aired the episode and who was wrong and who should take responsibility. He seemed a bit frustrated at the end, saying he doesn't want to take a lot of time. He doesn't want to spend state funds going up and down. He understands the issues. He wants to know who's ultimately responsible, and that is the reason they're there. We'll bring you that and other news after a short break. To stay with us on Point.
Life is unexpected. I would like to be remembered as the mom who was prepared, someone who thought about the future, and obviously for the kind and loving mom that I am.
I love all my family members and I love my kids. So I make sure that I give them the love each and every day so that they can remember me even when I'm gone.
I like to joke at home and just to dance a little bit. I want to watch Abule. Yeah, people remember me as a fun and outgoing person.
I want my family to remember me because I've been looking up for them, because I did it with love. It's a very good deal.
You don't have to struggle. That is one of the reasons I chose to have a funeral cover with insurance.
I don't want to leave my family stranded. I'm paying 161 rand for a cover of 30,000 rand, and my kids are covered for 15,000 rand. That's a good deal, hey?
I pay 203 rand per month, and I'm covered for 100,000 rand, and my daughter is covered for 20,000 rand.
Ngizibhadalela nje 155 ngenyanga, and then ngi-covered for 50,000 rand. So leyo kucover mina nomntanami, which is my son, and they are covered for 25,000 rand.
For Nike, 100,000. For my husband, it's 50,000 rand. For my two kids, it's 20,000 each.
I'm covered for 50,000 and my wife 50,000. I think it's very important to have a funeral cover.
And I'm only paying 313 rands.
Ngiyayithemba i-insurance bra wami. Umuntu wakhona obengikhuluma naye ungichazele yonke into ohleli, ayisogolisa akunakuthi uzolibela udonsisa nani. I-funeral plan ibaluleke kakhulu wena bhuti wami.
It's a very low premium, but it's a great deal for me. You know your family will be safe.
You will never find such a good deal. I trust insurance a lot.
I'm happy with insurance. My experience with the advisor, that was a great experience. They are reliable.
Yes.
They are quick to respond. I don't want to leave my family stranded.
Outsurance gives me a confidence. I have never ever talked to someone so professional over the phone, and yeah, it was great. When I'm gone, my family are secure. It's really good value for money.
I really do trust Outsurance, eh? Anyone watching at home, please go ahead with Outsurance, eh?
SMS quote to 44506. Or call 08600 60,000.
Vito ra mina I Hlengani Patrick Mavasa ni mudyondzisi exikolweni xa Hanyanyani ni sungule ku tumbuluxa leswaku Hanyanyani ku va na mini cricket. Vanhu hinkwavo lava va ri ku voneni ka television siku leri ra 18 February 2018 loko ni fanele nika man of the match exikarhini ka Afrika-Dzonga na India va swi tiva leswaku ri SABC ya swi kota ku fikelela na le ka tindhawu tele kule laha ku nga kule swinene na laha migingiriko ya cricket yi tlanga kona. Swikolo swa Giyani swa swi tlanga mini cricket swi sukile eka 6 swi va 18 hi vito ra SABC Sport.
Thanks for staying with us on Point. Let's stay with news about the public broadcaster. The High Court in Johannesburg has ordered former SABC Chief Operating Officer Hlaudi Motsoeneng to repay the success fee of about 11.5 million rand within 7 days, with interest at the rate of 15.5% per annum, calculated from the 13th of September 2016 to the date of payment. Furthermore, Motsoeneng has been ordered to pay the costs of the High Court application and the legal costs. Earlier, SABC News spoke to the spokesperson of the Special Investigating Unit, Kaiser Khanyago.
I'd like to welcome this judgment that we received on Wednesday the 15th, and it's obviously because of the fact that we, together with the current SABC board and management, went to the High Court and applied for this transaction to be set aside and made to be illegal, and we really succeeded in doing that as a SIU. And people will remember that this is as a result of a proclamation R29 of 2017 that was signed by the president, and we had to then investigate the affairs of the SABC, and we have been investigating, and we found that this transaction or the decision by the board, the then board, which is the former board, was illegal, and we had to set it aside. And as a result of that, that money has to now be paid back to the SABC, which is just over 11.5 million that was already paid, plus the interest of 15.5%, together with the legal fees that we incurred in taking this matter to court.
It's such a huge amount. Is this almost like a message by the courts to deter anyone else who thinks of conducting illegal practices within South African corporations? It's quite an exorbitant amount. Would you agree?
I don't know about exorbitant, because this is part of what our prayers were as the SIU and the SABC, to say that because this transaction happened in 2016, therefore we need to then have that 15%. If you had put that money into the bank account, it would have generated a lot of interest by now.
Health Minister Dr. Joe Phaahla says South Africa is in the fourth wave of the coronavirus, with all provinces recording infections. Phaahla says the Omicron variant has been reported in 70 countries. Briefing the media this morning, Phaahla says the recovery rate from the variant is still high.
We believe that it might not necessarily just be that Omicron is less virulent, but we believe that this coverage of immunization, of vaccination, but also in addition, natural immunity of people who have already had contact with the virus, is also adding to the protection. That's why we're seeing mild illness. We are very worried about the drastic decline in the uptake of vaccination, especially in the last 7 to 10 days. There was an uptick immediately after the announcement of the new variant, but the numbers have gone down quite drastically. On the average, over the last few days, we have been seeing daily vaccinations during midweek of between 100,000 and 130,000, which is far cry from the target which we need to reach 70%, which is over at least over 250,000 per day. So we are well over 100,000 short of the vaccine coverage for us to reach our population immunity and protect the nation. The COVID-19 virus is still very active, as we can see from the hospital admissions, the number of new infections. Just yesterday, we're again upwards of 26,000 new infections, so it's still very active. And we still have a long way to go before we can actually reduce its power. But it is within our reach to can reduce its power and also to can permanently defeat it and hopefully be back to normal life. The only major reliable weapon in going in this direction is if we can have more people coming forward to vaccinate. Over the next few days, many of us will be moving from places of work in the cities to our rural places and holiday destinations. We will be celebrating Christmas and New Year with relatives and friends. We will be traveling for many hours in private cars, in taxis, in buses, trains, and aeroplanes. As we do so, we urge everyone to observe the known personal health and safety measures of wearing our masks properly, covering the nose and mouth whenever we are out of our homes, hand washing and sanitizing, physical or social distancing, and especially avoiding crowds, more so in enclosed settings, but above all, by making sure that we are fully vaccinated. A number of fixed vaccination sites will remain open in all provinces, and provinces also assured us that they will provide some pop-up sites again in the shopping malls and other congregated areas. We also call upon South Africans to celebrate this festive season with a lot of caution, especially with regard to alcohol consumption. Our health facilities are already under a lot of pressure with the COVID-19, as we indicated, a 70% rise in admissions, and we are least ready to handle large numbers of casualties from motor vehicle accidents and also interpersonal violence. Our healthcare workers are physically and emotionally exhausted, so we really plead on all of us to think of them as we celebrate this festive season. Again, let me, on behalf of the people of our country, express our gratitude to all our health workers who continue to sacrifice their own lives and those of their families, and also risking their lives while caring for all of us. Let us honor and protect them by, again, by making sure that we celebrate the festive season responsibly by vaccinating. The health department will advise the SABC in the next few days as to whether we should review the restrictions, as we announced just yesterday that the last SABC has decided to remain at where we are, but we have been tasked as a health department to continue to monitor the situation and report back in the coming week. If we all do our part, we can still...
And so we come out of that and go back to the disciplinary hearing of the SABC head of news.
Sorry?
You're watching the wrong channel.
Oh, there's the wrong channel. Special assignment. Special assignment.
Special assignment. All news and current affairs sits with news.
So special assignment would be news. And current affairs is what they're reporting on a daily basis.
I do things like Morning Express, Espresso, Uzalo, Generation, Sierra Leone.
So all that falls within your responsibility. Good. Thank you.
And whose responsibility that special assignment for?
News.
And who's in charge of news? So that's the employee. Can I ask you to turn on your bundle, that page, the very last page in that bundle, page 122.
122, thank you.
Can you describe for the chairperson what that is?
This is a WhatsApp exchange between Phathiswa and myself.
Can you read it for the record, please?
Sorry.
Sorry. Last one.
You need another copy? I can quickly run and make you.
Mine only goes up to 118.
Mine only goes up to 118.
All right, so 119 to 122. So make another copy. Sure.
I think we will just read it somebody.
Can you share it with us, Lee? Because we haven't got it.
Is this correct? So this is 119. That would be 120.
121. And the last one is 122.
Sorry for the record,
Sorry,
we haven't
pardon.
seen it and you didn't
Fair
give it
enough.
to us.
Well, yeah, I did give it to your colleague, but I still apologize.
We are thinking.
Yeah, we need a few.
We're even here.
These things
Well, you know, like I think that we could take it far, or we can just leave it at I'm sorry. I'm happy to take it far if need be.
So the real reason that you only gave one of us a copy of that document is you wanted a break to go and get some coffee.
My foresight is that remarkable.
I think you must take these things away from you.
Your page?
122.
122. Sanaika, 122.
Please read that for the record.
So the...
Can I just kick off and you can just comment? So on the 18th of November, the employee writes to you, "Hi Merlin, thank you very much for ensuring that I'm at risk of losing my job and have my integrity eroded because of an error that arose from your teams messing up with interdicted material. despite clear instructions being given by news. I am sure that you are happy that your job and those of your team are safe and protected. All the best. I'm going to continue and read your response. Hi Phathiswa, I'm not sure what you're referring to. I had simply put the facts into the report, kind regards. And then she writes back to you and says, the fact that news was at fault, despite your team playing the wrong clip after they themselves assigned the same code to 2 different stories. It doesn't matter at I guess it's supposed to be at what point what those facts are. Thanks, regardless. So can you explain? Can you explain what is happening here? What's this exchange is about?
So at the time that I received it, I assume it had to do with the investigation into the special assignment clip that had gone out. I was asked to do a report as to how the wrong episode came to flight, and I circulated the report to my line management.
And when the employee says you were given clear instructions, are you able to point us to, or has she indicated to you what those clear instructions are?
So not directly to me. There was a request from the news team to replace a program that was submitted to flight on SABC3. The team went to the folder where
can I refer you to page 120? Are you referring to the correspondence from Navida Schreibman?
Correct.
And Alfred Mwepe falls under your function?
Correct.
And does Navida fall in your function?
No.
In whose function does she fall?
Yes.
So you are accountable to Alfred, or for Alfred?
Yes.
And what is, and then so it's common cause, I'm leading you a little bit, but I don't want to waste time on things. So Ali is short for Alfred?
Correct.
Can you then read what is then said by Navida to Alfred?
It says, hi Ali, I've attached the FCC sheet for program tonight, a repeat from 5th of October. If you don't have the episode, I will be able to find it. Please let me know.
Now, when she says, I've attached the FCC sheet, is the attachment what appears on page 121?
Correct.
And what can you tell us about the FCC sheet in relation to Alfred's job?
Okay, so Alfred is program acceptance. What happens there is content arrives into program acceptance. We check the time code. We check the
what is the time
number.
Code on the FCC sheet?
So on the FCC sheet, the first thing I will identify where it says source tape number. That's the house code. That's the unique identifier of the program concerned. Then below that you will see file name, and then it's a repeat, and then the -1, -2, -3, segment 1, segment 2, segment 3,
yes,
indicating the time at which each segment starts and the time at which each segment ends.
Yes.
So that is what actually is entered into the system to ensure a smooth broadcast.
Now, when Alfred is given instructions to broadcast something, and there's an FCC sheet that has a file name with that ZWE000100256-1, 3 and 4, 2 and 3. What does Alfred use to understand what you're talking about? If we're looking at what is attached by Navida in her email, what does Alfred look at in this form here?
So,
in other words, before you even get to the form, in fact, when an email says, I've attached the FCC sheet for the program tonight, and then the attachment is what you see at 121. How is Alfred supposed to receive that communication?
So he firstly looks at the server in which the content resides, the physical file, the video essence that comes through. He matches the asset ID with that number that's on the FCC sheet. If they match, he's got nothing to be concerned about. He then looks at the segmentation of the actual file to see that segment 1 starts at exactly 1000 hours. It ends at 10:08:51:21. It then goes through that segmentation. If it all lines up, he's got nothing to be concerned about, and it gets processed.
Does Alfred look at the content, the actual content?
No. Editorially, we don't get involved in anything that you produce.
Why? Can you explain that? Because that is...
No, but that'll be interference if you do that.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, I understand.
Correct. Great. So if you get something, Alfred is not supposed to look at it. He just has to just flat it.
Well, technically he'll look at it, but he doesn't have any editorial jurisdiction over it whatsoever.
Yeah.
If it says special assignment and it starts off with special assignment, he's none the wiser.
Yeah.
You said special assignment, this special assignment, it goes to A.
So now, so far, do you see where this clear instruction is supposed to be? Or let's put it like this: the accusation that comes to you by SMS, and maybe if we put this by give it the proper context. This is not something you are going to testify about, but I think it's important that I put it to you.
Well, the number of your evidence is that the error wasn't your department; it was news. That's the number of your evidence.
Correct. So news submit a file through to us through a system called Media Grid, which gets pulled into our transmission server called Omnion. If they say that's the name of the file and that's the file on Omnion, we're none the wiser. We play out the file that was submitted, and that's exactly what happened.
Unless you specifically know, for example. I mean, if you had knowledge, for example, that there's an interdict, and despite that you played, then you're also liable. You accept that. I don't know Alfred, but someone in your capacity, if you now have direct knowledge that somebody's made a mistake and given you something that shouldn't be aired, it would be in direct contravention of a court order, then you as a senior person at SABC also stand liable. Because you still have to use your brain.
Yes.
Thank you.
Now, I would maybe just say that certain slots on the channel are allocated to news. So those slots are then run by news. So we don't get involved in that at all. So, for example, the 7 o'clock news bulletin is done by news.
Yeah.
If there's any legal action, we wouldn't even know.
No, I put it this way, unless you specifically knew. But if you didn't know, then you just automated function. It comes in, you put it on. Yes.
Now, on the 18th, if you look at page 1, that is the notice that is given to the employee to show court why she shouldn't be disciplined. And that is a date on which she writes to you the text that I started with. I just wanted to draw your attention to the similarities in dates. And she puts it to you. Now, when this FCC sheet is attached and it has the reference number that we've dealt with, or we call it the file name, can you be blamed for playing the video that has this file name on it?
No, because the file arrives through the system and we automatically process it.
And is this file name for the interdicted story or for the... So who made this mistake? I mean, who
So if I understand that, where I read the program description, that's not this program. This program description is about this inner cities poor in Joburg losing their patients.
Yes.
That's something else.
Yeah.
That doesn't rhyme with what's on the actual clip.
Yeah, but remember when we process these files, we're processing 400-500.
No, I understand. It's not your, because I'm not saying it's your fault. I understand. You put in the clip, but it's not in sync with what is here.
Yeah, but we wouldn't even
No, I
view the
understand.
file to actually see
No, I
that.
understand. Alfred might not even know the difference.
So we would go to start of message, end of message, confirm segmentation. If there's black on that, then we confirm that the segmentation is correct.
I understand.
And so just to be absolutely clear, you relying, or your people rely on the file number.
Correct.
And the file number that was provided is the one that we see on page 121.
Correct.
And the file number that was provided is in relation to not the story that is given here in the description, but is in fact of the interdicted story.
Yes.
And this file number, or this FCC sheet, is furnished to your team by people from the employees team.
Correct.
Is there anything else, Mr. Bull?
No, nothing.
Yes, thank you. You need some time to take instructions?
Please, Chairperson, just 15 minutes.
Should we take half an hour so we can have the lunch adjournment too? Thank you. 1:30 we'll meet again. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Naika, you'll have to be back at 1:30. Just to get the housekeeping, can we sit till 3:45 this afternoon?
4:44, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, and then how you chaps on Monday?
If we're finishing at 4:45, maybe it's important that you raise this because we had one more witness, which was the GCE.
Yeah.
And we didn't expect him to testify today.
But the GO is giving evidence? So is he available at 1:30?
He's on his way.
Sorry?
He's on his way.
Yeah, so
You've called him, eh?
Yeah. So we'll be done with your case today.
Yeah.
And then how you guys are on Monday?
Monday I'm available.
Mr. Bill, how are you on Monday? Can we start Monday at 10 o'clock?
Yes, that's
I got a 9 to 10 meeting and then we can start it. Unless you want to start at 8 and then we take an adjournment 9 to 10.
Let's start at 10.
10 o'clock, fine. All right, but I think we might even get in one of your witnesses this afternoon.
It's possible, Chair.
The other alternative I can suggest, if people really want to kill this matter today, I can be back at 5:30. And we sit
Let's
and
see how it goes, yeah.
Let's see how it goes. If you guys keen to do that. Thank you. All right, 1:30 then. Thank you.
program, but it's a private company that had come to the SABC to have that program not put on air. He explained the processes that led to that indictment happening, and then now we're hearing from the group executive of video entertainment, that is the person responsible for all airing of programs for the SABC channels, as well as the platform for sports and education. So we were just hearing, he was just going through, he was just led in his testimony by the SABC lawyers. They've asked for a short adjournment from the lawyers of the employee so that they can consult with their client, and cross-examination will take place after lunch. So far, that's what has been taking place. It's unclear whether or not the process will end today. We do know that the lawyers for Magopeni said that they are going to be calling 4 witnesses. So it's unclear yet whether we will conclude today or it will continue into next week.
Hasina Gore giving us an update there from Sandton. SABC head of news, Phathiswa Magopeni, having a disciplinary hearing, the GE responsible for news there. We will bring you updates on that. So it's time for a short break. When we come back, we'll have your market news, SME on point, and more. It's a very good afternoon from me. Stay safe.
Hi,
My life before ClearScore was really frustrating because I couldn't get a loan. So what I then did was to download the ClearScore app. I was so fascinated because within a year, my credit score increased in such a way that I applied for a home loan.
Join Tembegile and 3 million South Africans already using ClearScore. Download the free app now. ClearScore. Get your credit report and score for free forever.
Women of South Africa daily face danger to their very lives.
Not much has changed for the majority of women. The most glaring inequality has to be the lack of respect with which women are treated, and rape statistics in South Africa bear witness to this.
The physical and psychological effect rarely disappear. One moment of violence can have permanent consequence on the lives of women.
I just didn't think this is happening to me. Is it really happening? My mind just stopped and I blamed myself.
We have to be outside the whole day.
As we wrap up the year, let's pick the brains of some of South Africa's investment managers. Many of them you've seen on your screen discussing various market developments. Today we'll be looking at Patrice Rousseau's perception of the market, his investment strategy and more. He is, of course, the Chief Investment Officer at Ashburton Investments. Patrice, thank you so much for your time. It's been quite an interesting year, and I'm curious to know, at the start of the year, going into 2021, what was your investment strategy and to what extent did the events of this particular year force you to kind of change the way you were doing things and the way you were, I suppose, deploying investments?
Greetings to you, Nastasia, and to your viewers. Yes, this year has been a topsy-turvy year, but it was really one where the South African economy was recovering from the lockdowns of the previous year. So it was really about a normalization of the economy and really businesses getting back to a more normal trend of operation. And we've seen the JSE really into a very strong rebound. So into this year, we were quite bullish given very attractive valuation, the economy reopening, the Reserve Bank being really supportive in terms of keeping interest rates at 50-year lows. And the global context was also quite positive with the Federal Reserve and other central banks flooding the markets with liquidity, which supported a very risk-on environment. So we were positioned for growth and for a recovery of markets at the beginning of the year.
So as you take stock with your team, how would you say the performance of your funds have been so far?
Yeah, we've had very strong performance. We measure that against CPI, and we've got CPI plus 5 targets in a lot of the more growth-oriented funds, and that's really beaten all expectations. If I look at the all share up 25%, that really takes the cup. I just want to show your viewers that's one of the best performing markets around the world. And if you look at the context, everyone was very bearish about South Africa, and we've really beaten emerging markets. So we're quite glad having a constructive view of South Africa, especially versus other emerging markets, have really done very well for all our investors. And that's a big positive for the year.
On that note then, let's pick up on what has been the biggest surprise for you as you look back at the year that was.
Yeah, the biggest surprise is, Anastasia, is how resilient the markets have been. If you think again, lockdowns, the previous variants of COVID, going into the end of the year with Omicron, the riots in KZN and parts of Johannesburg, the whole political uncertainty around the elections, and yet we've had markets ticking up. And more interestingly, if you look within the JSE, which was up 25%, you have small caps up almost 50%. And that in a context where emerging markets have been struggling. China is down 13% for the year. And we often look at China as very connected to our economy, given that we export most of our commodities there. We've really broken away from the rest of the emerging markets. And it was a difficult context. You just have to follow the news in Turkey and see how the lira there has come under pressure. The rand has come under a little bit of pressure, but our markets have held up very well.
The one thing you do mention on the back of that essay, small cap, in terms of how that has performed on the JSE, what was quite interesting, and you sent me this particular note, was that the worst performance was the SA bonds. I mean, what contributed to that?
Yeah, that was a bit disappointing. I think one is the global context. Inflation globally has started to tick up, and you would have heard a whole debate from the Federal Reserve Chairman whether inflation would be transitory, and then more recently he decided that maybe there will be more embedded in the system. So you have US inflation, for instance, at 40-year highs at 6.8%, US PPI more recently printing at 7.7%. And I think investors globally are concerned that with the removal of liquidity, bond yields will start to kick up. And unfortunately, while our real yields are very attractive, meaning the difference between the yields that you get on government bonds and inflation in South Africa, it seems that global investors have withdrawn money from our market, from our bond market, and from more widely withdrawn money from global bonds. So unfortunately, I think we've been affected by events beyond our shore rather than fundamentals of what was going on within the economy. Because if you look at the medium-term budget, I think it was a very constructive budget. If you look at overall the debt level that has been printed is better than what most analysts were expecting in terms of the South African budget. So I think that's been the one disappointment where SA bonds offering extremely high real yields, even on a global level, have underperformed.
Okay, so let me put you on the spot here as the Chief Investment Officer at Ashburton Investments. Investing amid Omicron uncertainty, amid a Fed that might turn hawkish even quicker than they anticipate, where are you seeing value?
Yeah, it's a very interesting question, Anastasia. We see value in emerging markets. We've been looking around. These have underperformed, as I mentioned already. So if you look at the gap in the performance, emerging markets up a few percentage points, the US up 37% for the year. We think this is where we're seeing opportunities. A market we like within that emerging market universe is Indonesia. They have strong growth. They seem to have conquered COVID. Very good in terms of managing their budget also. So we think there's select opportunities there in terms of emerging markets. And then we're looking at selected shares within the broader universe which have been left behind, because really the big increase that you've seen in terms of the US markets have been driven by a handful of shares, like 5 shares. There are many other stocks which haven't gone up as much, which we feel offer very good value.
China has also been a story as well in 2021. Some analysts saying it's been a really tough call in the sense that everything that could go wrong with China actually went wrong. Do you think that next year could be slightly different, or is the story more or less likely to be the same? I mean, what's your view on China going into next year?
We think we're close to the bottom in China. If you look at the Reserve Bank there, or the PBOC, the People's Bank of China, they're cutting rates, whereas there's fears that the US might raise rates. I think on the other hand, we've seen valuations being depressed. You see a lot of the tech companies trading at half valuations that we see in the US. And the whole common prosperity policy, while there's a little bit of difficulty in terms of the transition and uncertainty, longer term, the government there does want the broader population to benefit. And I think the long-term growth picture for China remains intact. So that's where, again, I think into next year, we feel that there's opportunities that we can capitalize on if you look at the Chinese market.
Before I let you go, the biggest risk going into 2022 for you?
Yeah, the biggest risk remains policy error by the Fed, central bank being a bit too hasty to withdraw liquidity or starts to hike rates in the second half of the year, and then growth disappoints. I think it's a fine balance. Like, you have central banks trying to keep inflation under lid, especially in the developed world, while making sure that growth doesn't collapse. And that's a very difficult balancing act. So there's always a risk of them being too hawkish, withdrawing liquidity too quickly, and growth suffering as a result. And we'll have to watch that.
Patrice, thank you so much for your time. That is Patrice Rousseau, the Chief Investment Officer at Ashburton Investments, giving us his perception of the market and his investment strategy.
You want a bank that puts the partner back into partnership? Nedbank Business Banking is here to equip you with a team of experts to partner with you in navigating your new normal and to create relevant business solutions to guide your growth. So, in an ever-changing business world, do you want a bank that takes your money or a bank that takes your money seriously? Search Nedbank Bigger Picture Business Banking.
Every day is a sports day.
We keep you informed through SABC radio and television.
Whether it's sink or swim for your team, plain sailing or choppy waters ahead, we'll be there to cover it all.
We witness defeats as well as victories.
Tackled. All this and more brought to you by the SABC News Sport Desk.
Welcome to the last edition of SME On Point for 2021. My name is Diabo Seto. Firstly, let me take this opportunity to thank you, our loyal followers who have become part of the SME On Point family, for watching us throughout the year. This year has also been very busy for us too, where we met awesome small businesses, and most importantly, we learned a lot from them and from you. Today, we host another fireside chat where I reflect with three entrepreneurs who are friends of SME On Point about the year 2021, the pandemic, the elections, and we also ask them for advice on how, and as well as how to grow your businesses and how to start them. This is in their respective fields. So these chats are going to be a regular feature in 2022 here on SME On Point. This is so that we hear the views of small businesses and also the people behind those businesses on all the issues, whether it's politics, whether it's economics, whatever it is, we want to hear the views of entrepreneurs. So today, my guests are Lerato Tenkeng, he is the MD of Decode Communications. Rusine Peterson, he's the MD of Spot Media, and also Lufuno Neti Tutuni, founder of Funo Designs. Thank you so much for joining us on SME On Point. Let me start with the rose among the two thorns. Lufuno, tell me a little bit about your business. You do awesome shoes, right? And vendor inspired, really beautiful. Been following your work. How has 2021 been for you in the midst of COVID restrictions and everything? Have you been able to move stock and try new styles as you previously were?
Hi, Liabo. Thank you for having me. 2021 has been amazing. I missed everything that has been happening in our country, the pandemic and everything. We've managed to pull through. We've managed to book more orders for the year. We did experience challenges just like all these small businesses. We've got customers who were forced also to cancel their events, yes, because of restrictions. And that sort of like put a strain in our business because we had to give them refunds and, already material was bought and, all these things. So overall, I would say 2021 was, it was good and it had its bad side also.
Yeah, Rusine, would you say the same when it comes to Spot Media? The world of marketing is one that as a company you cannot do without, and you need people like Spot Media to help you market yourselves. How was the year for you, 2021?
Yeah, thank you very much, Liabo. Yeah, the year has been a very interesting year and for us a very challenging year as well with some of our clients. So we work with clients, with businesses, and we help them to transform their marketing to generate new business. And when the pandemic occurred, I think one of the first things often that businesses let go of is perhaps maybe the market. It's one of the most easiest options. But for us, it has really been an opportunity to show what we can do for our clients, how we can add value to them, and really stand out during this time and really try and support them in the time of need. So it has been a very good year for us, trying to add value, trying to do the best that we can to achieve, and working very closely with our clients to achieve the goals.
Yeah. Lerato, what a time to be in PR during a pandemic when the economy is not doing well. I saw you quite busy. How was business on your side?
Good afternoon, Diabo, and good afternoon to the fellow guests. I must tell you, it has been a remarkable year. And for us, not only remarkable because, there has been an increase and uptake with regards to businesses looking on ways to communicate, right? We have the fortunes of managing Sasria's reputation management. Sasria is a state insurance company. And as you can imagine, in July when there was that unrest, and even until now where they are still dealing with settling claims and all of that. So we have been quite busy on that front, helping them, making sure that they communicate efficiently and effectively throughout the crisis, making sure that they keep things calm. But with regards to just small businesses, at least who have been approaching us as far as asking for help. One of the observations have been that a lot of people still don't understand PR and its value. They misconstrue PR with publicity, right? And we then have to start with that education element, which takes a little bit of our time. But because we are a small business ourselves, we then are very patient with small businesses whenever either we onboard them or we help them throughout.
Yeah. The most important or the most exciting thing that happened for me on SME On Point was going out during the local government elections and speaking to entrepreneurs and finding out their views about local government elections, because truth be told, it's not a lot of times that we in the media actually ask entrepreneurs about what's happening current affairs wise. Lufuno, how could you describe or characterize the local government elections and your involvement as your business? Did you feel that how they turned out, they're going to represent your business in future come 2020, 2022?
Sorry, Liabo, I lost you there.
So we had the local government elections this year. Do you feel confident as a small business owner that how the outcome of the local government elections will be able to help you through your business as we go forward, particularly in 2022?
Liabo, honestly speaking, as a small business owner, looking at the challenges that we face on a daily basis, I'm not really confident. I think it's going to depend. It's going to depend more on the outcome, of the promises, that the politicians. Yeah, because at the moment, as it stands, as a small business owner, there are so many things that my business lack in general, and I'm not just speaking for myself only. I'm speaking for all the small businesses in my field, and the promises have been made. Have they been met? No. So I wouldn't really put much hope into that. But we are hopeful. I guess we'll see what 2022 has in store for us. Yes, there's still faith, and we will see.
All right, gentlemen, Rusine, how did you view the elections from your point of view? And then, Lerato, you can just go straight after Rusine speaks.
Sure.
Thank you, Liabo. Yeah, I think that one of the challenges, it's difficult to really say, what is going to happen now and the impact on my business, because, those who have taken over now, who will represent us in the future, we have to wait for the results and see what was said versus what has come from it action-wise. But one thing I can say, I did vote, and I did encourage others to vote as well. I do think that us as entrepreneurs, business owners, we need to also take action from our side and not also depend on other individuals, other companies, other businesses So we need to take action. We need to push forward, and we need to also lead by example.
All right, Lerato.
Yes, and just segueing from what Rusin was saying, it's important that, as small business owners, and just looking at the July unrest as an example, right? So many small businesses found themselves without a SASRIA cover, right? They may have had an insurance policy, but then they found out that there's a particular cover that they ought to have paid. And I think that's the kind of responsibility that as small business owners, we need to pay attention to, right? But as far as the elections are concerned, I think that, one of the things that we ought to do is to find a way of, in fact, just recently, we had hosted a spaces with the CEO of the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, and we're just asking him, give us an update on the Gauteng Relief Fund that was meant to deal with, help small business owners with monies that goes to for COVID relief and for the July unrest, right? We found that out of the 250 million rands, very few businesses really came through to look for that money. So it's really going to be incumbent upon us, Diabo, to say we must pay attention, but also be activists in finding some of the support that your show, you always go out and find, tell us about what else is out there. We must then take that responsibility ourselves as well.
Yeah. Lufuna, the importance of being compliant. Lerato raises a very important point about the funds, relief funds that were dispersed. And chances are that a lot of businesses were not compliant, and that's why they did not apply for the relief funding. How important is that in your field as a creative?
Compliance is very important in my field because, when you want to apply for funding anyway, you need to meet the minimum requirements at least. And I've also had a challenge whereby, when I was still starting, I didn't know where I had to register certain things. So I would really say that it's very important to comply.
Yeah.
And
This brings me to my next and most exciting question. Rusine, how does one who is sitting at home want to go into a marketing business like yourself? Where do they start? They've got the capability, they know how, but what's those things in the toolkit that they should have to really register that business and get going in 2022?
Yeah, it's a kind of a broad question. There are many facets to it. A number of ways is to go online, to register for online courses on how they can actually start an online business. They can register with a university, an institution. They can also speak to fellow business owners that perhaps maybe know in the market who has gone through that process. They can perhaps maybe assist them. But I think the first step, like you asked, is to register the business. You spoke about compliance. That is important. If you want to operate a business efficiently and correctly, that's the first step to do. Register the business. And you can register them on your business and secure the name on cipc.co.za, if I'm not mistaken. There are many other companies, businesses out there that can help you with that registration process as well. I think there are many other facets, obviously time-wise, but I think firstly, register the business, make sure that you also understand what it is that you want to focus on, and then try and equip yourself even more
with knowledge on their side. And then after registering the business, Lerato, what do you do in just a few seconds?
Most importantly, use social media effectively to market your business, because any business without sales, Diabo, is a dead business, right?
Yeah.
And fortunately now you don't have to afford expensive TV commercials or print adverts. Use social media effectively, but be responsible when you're on social media and deliver according to the promise that you make to your customers.
And then how do you conclude it, Lufuno?
And make sure that whatever you want to start is something that you have deep passion for. Because if you don't have passion for what you want to start, unfortunately, that's a recipe for disaster. I mean, waking up early in the morning every day for me, for example, to make my shoes, without the love and the passion, 100%, I would have given up already, you know. So it's more having passion for what you want to start. Don't start something because someone else is doing it.
Right, guys, one word for 2022 that you are taking with you into the next year. Rusine, one positive phrase or word that you are taking with you to 2022. I'm moving. Let me move to Loretta while you think about it.
Be honorable, you know, honor the promises that you make to your customers, to your staff members, and even to the community at large.
Beautiful.
Honor.
Lufuna.
For me, it's about looking at 2021. I would definitely say upwards and onwards.
Upwards and onwards.
We are definitely not giving up. You know,
we soldiers on.
Yeah, you know, we've come across so many challenges. So 2022 upwards and onwards, we are not looking back. We are not giving up.
I love that. Rusine, you have the last word.
Yeah, I think I'll go with commitment.
Commitment.
Be committed.
Stay commitment, stay the course. My guests, my last guest for 2021, thank you so much for honoring my invitation. And I really appreciate it. I wish you all well in your businesses in 2022. And I really hope that you will keep on being friends of SME On Point, even in the next year. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Liabo.
Thank you. So my guests today were Lurato Ntsenkeng, the MD of Decode Communications, Rusine Patterson, MD of Sport Media, and Lufuno Nechitutuni, the founder of Funo Designs. That was SME On Point for 2021, the last one. I'll be back again in January, bringing you everything that is SME On Point. But please remember to support small businesses in your area. Keep the rands and cents circulating. Goodbye.
This is the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, where laws are made.
Also a theatre where a shade of political opinions are represented here, who find expression in robust debate.
I also find it odd that when election time came, we could postpone the fourth wave, and now that elections have come and gone, now the fourth wave is coming up.
And sometimes in theatrics.
That led to the...
Honorable Zulu,
whatever happens, we're always there as the SABC News to give you a front row seat as issues affecting you are being discussed.
A new coronavirus variant has been detected in South Africa.
The individual was a traveler who returned from South Africa on November the 22nd.
The CDC says it's looking at toughening up testing protocol for all travelers entering the US.
It was already circulating in Europe before South Africa sounded the alarm.
The variant detected has also been found in the Netherlands, Belgium, Italy, Germany, and other countries.
It's clear travel bans cannot stop the circulation of a virus.
Allow me to say, travel apartheid.
thanks very much for watching On Point. The Johannesburg Magistrate Court has dismissed former Social Development Minister Bathabile Dlamini's application to have her acquitted in her perjury case. The case relates to her testimony during an inquiry in the Constitutional Court had instituted into her role in the 2017 social grants crisis. She's accused of lying under oath. The state has concluded its case. Let's take you live there. Hi Zoleka, this is Nompumelelo. Can you hear me? Please just tell us about the proceedings.
Yes, yes, Nompu, I can hear you. You are correct. The judge in the case against former Social Development Minister Bathabile Dlamini has dismissed her application to have her perjury case discharged. We know that this case relates to the 2017 social grant saga, where the Constitutional Court had an inquiry that would investigate her role into the crisis. The state has concluded its case, and we are now joined by the suspended Secretary General of the ANC, who is here to support the former Social Development Minister Bathabile Dlamini. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, and afternoon to your viewers.
Okay, so you're here to support the former Social Development Minister. Tell us the basis of your support.
Well, she's a colleague. She's a part of our National Executive Committee. She has been a leader of the ANC for many years. She's the president of the Women's League, and she deserves our support.
Is this an honest case, or do you think that this is driven by the factionalization within the ANC?
Well, let's watch and see, so that we are able to decide. I'm sure the South African public understand what is happening in South Africa today. So rather than say any other thing, let me stick to my support and our support as people who are coming to support President Bathabile.
Okay. In your support for her, you know that the magistrate has dismissed her appeal, her application to have the case discharged. What is your response to that?
Well, the case is still on. Obviously, in legal situations, there are certain things you contest. You apply for this one to be dismissed, or so whatever the magistrate has decided, the case is still going on.
The ANC is having its national policy conference next year. What are your plans? We know that amongst these conferences is where the step-aside resolution was put in place and was instituted by the ANC. What are your plans going forward?
Well, my plans are not my individual plans. Let's see what the structures of the ANC will do and decide. It's up to the ANC branches, because the ANC basic unit is a branch.
You are also in court, former suspended SG, on a separate matter that is in relation to the asbestos and alleged corruption in the asbestos project in the Free State. Are you continuing with your appeal? Have you abandoned that?
Which appeal?
We understand that you have considered appealing the charges that have been placed against you.
Well, there are no charges against me. There are no witnesses against me. Fabricated case, political, and as the officials of the ANC has once said, flimsy charges. And that's why we are dealing with that matter. And surprisingly, even the U.S. Embassy is involved, the CIA, FBI. You can see the political part I'm talking about. But the truth will always prevail.
Finally, on Wednesday, earlier this week, we had the High Court in Pretoria saying that the charges that former President Jacob Zuma must go back to jail, and that the charges still stand, and he must complete his 15-month sentence, and that the time that he has spent out of jail does not count for the fulfillment of his sentence. We know that the ANC has responded, saying that they will wait for the Department of Correctional Services to respond. The department has said that they are going to appeal the decision. What is your stance on this?
Well, I think the department is doing the right thing. President Zuma did not apply for any medical parole himself. So let's wait and see. But the South African public, people in general, I don't think they will be misled. And this is the time for all South Africans, specifically branches of the ANC throughout the country, with no exception, to support President Zuma.
Thank you so much, Stu. Well, Nompu, that was the suspended Secretary General of the ANC, just giving us his understanding of the events that are unfolding in the Johannesburg Magistrates Court this morning and afternoon, and also responding to the case involving the former President Jacob Zuma, in which he was said that he should return to jail to complete his 15-month sentence. We are awaiting, I think, court proceedings are continuing. We are awaiting the next witness who is on the stand, Zodwa Mvulane. We understand that she is on the stand for the defense, and they will be continuing with their cross-examination of her testimony.
Thanks very much, my colleague there, Zolega Godashe, giving us that report. We're going to go for a quick break. We'll have more news for you thereafter.
Afternoon to you. We're coming to you live from Auckland Park.
Power outages have left a trail of destruction.
To do a test.
And you know Philip Koppen, the judge? No. His demeanor is very much like
former SC, yeah?
No, he's in the High Court, Joburg. Philip Koppen.
He was an SC before?
He might have acted there. He's also a member of the Labour Appeal Court. I'm sure he acted in the SC, yeah?
He was in our group, person.
Is he? Yeah.
Was it SC, yeah?
I
think he was.
No, he was in SC.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he was before he went to the bench. Yeah, oh yes.
When are you going to the bench?
No, I'm past it now. I'm 67. I'll be 68 soon.
Why did you miss the boat? You afraid of that?
No, I enjoyed it.
And you've got to serve 2 terms there to get your full pension.
It wasn't. I've acted about 20 times. I must say I didn't enjoy being on the bench. Yeah. In recent years, I find it's too politicized. Yeah. And you got your own, like you got your own life, so it's fine. Meneer Nijker, you still on the oath? Thank you. Mr. Moodley?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Marshall. Now, tell me, I just want to ask you quickly, I'll ask the previous witness. Were you involved in any investigation in this process?
I was asked to oversee an investigation as to how the program got to end.
Okay. Did you give a report?
Yes.
Okay. And then did you recommend sanctions? Okay. All right. Now, by who was the investigation? By who was your request to investigate?
My line manager asked me to give a report as to what had happened with the graphics.
Okay, thank you. And then was the employee, Ms. Phathiswa, given the opportunity to comment as well?
I believe so. I sent the report through to management.
Now, I just want to discuss the division with you. So the news department and the video entertainment department are two separate divisions, correct? Now, the employee will testify, Ms. Phathiswa, that a code is requested from the schedulers when the episode plays. So specifically for special assignment, let's take for example, right? The code is requested from schedulers, correct?
No.
Tell me how.
Traffic department issues house numbers and codes as you refer to them.
Okay. Who is traffic department?
They're an area that sits within video entertainment.
Okay, and who's responsible for traffic department?
Outlook, it's myself.
So once a code is generated, what then does traffic department do?
They would give those codes to news to say, here are the codes for the programs that are going to be scheduled over the next couple of weeks.
Okay. So you would give the code back to news?
Traffic.
Traffic would, that you're responsible for. All right? Now, in this particular matter, there was two of the same codes, correct? One for the interdicted episode and then one for still waiting. All right? How would an issue like that come about?
Technically, it shouldn't come about because we do not duplicate house codes, but we have picked up over the course of the last couple of, certainly in my investigation, couple of months, and I think it goes back further, where news modifies the code and they add an alphabet as a replacement or substitute. So they have regularized the process from their side.
Sorry to cut you off. You said news modifies the code.
Yes.
Now, how is it that news modifies the code if the traffic department is responsible for generating that code?
So we use a system called TVBMS, which is a broadcast scheduling system, and the house numbers are issued out of the system. So in the case of special assignment for a particular month, we may issue 4 codes that would go to news. Based on their delivery and changes that they've got within their environment, they would modify the code and come back and say, we're using the same code, but it's an A at the end as an alternative program, or a B or a C. In my investigation, I have gone back a couple of months and found a number of these incidences where those numbers came back to us modified.
Okay, because the employee will testify that news doesn't modify the code. They receive the code generated from the traffic department. They've never modified the code. They receive it as it is and they give it to video entertainment. And they populate the timesheet. So what's your take on it?
As I said, I've got in the report a couple of examples of where this was changed previously.
Okay, so I want to refer you to page 16 of the employer's budget. Employee, pardon me, employee's budget, this one. Sorry, sir.
Yeah, good. Thanks.
Okay, so this is an email sent to you from Phathiswa and Tuli on 29th October at 14:18, 18 minutes past 2. You recognize this email?
Yes.
Okay. Now this email here refers to referring to bullet point 4. The technician here has also tried and suggested different ways in which it could be done together with the video editor, but both were not succeeding as we came close to broadcast time. Then the following code, then Jan suggested that an A be added to the time code. All right? Who is Jan?
I'm not aware.
Sorry, who is Jan?
I'm not aware, sorry.
So you're not aware who's Jan?
No.
Okay. I believe he's a technician that assigned the A to the code.
I wouldn't be able to answer. So I don't have technicians in my structure.
Okay. The employee will testify that they also don't have technicians in their structure. But what we're trying to get from this is that this came not from the news division. Jan is not from the news division, he's a technician. And he added the A, and this was found out after the episode, interdicted episode aired on the 25th of October. All right, are you with me? Okay. Then, concluding from that, you see here on the same page the 3 bullet points. Right? She says here, the channel, whoever creates program codes should not duplicate codes for programs. All right. Then she says in the second bullet point, and you're aware who Busisiri and Trudy is?
From news.
Okay. It says, had I been aware that Jan's intervention meant the program code was changed, I was supposed to inform Nadiva that the code had changed so that she could include it into the FC sheet. They were never made aware of the code being changed. So under all times...
I'm so sorry, it's not really an objection. Nobody's saying who's Jan. And all of these follow-up questions, can we establish who's Jan? Because this is not authored by this witness. And the witness has said he doesn't know who Jan is.
I understand the employee also doesn't know who Jan is.
So basically we're trying to prove, Chairperson, that Jan doesn't come from our department, the news department. What it says here on bullet point 4 is that Jan is a technician. And what it basically means is that there was no knowledge that the news department had at all, that there was an A added to the actual code, meaning that the code was changed with the A. This was only found out by the news department after that episode is aired. So what she's saying here to the witness in this email is that had we known, then Nadiva would have put on the witness.
But the question for me is once there's this interdict in place, why doesn't somebody just make sure that this particular program doesn't go further?
And that's actually a good question, because that's my evidence here, which I'm going to ask the witness today, Chairperson. So I'll take that further. Sure.
Okay.
But my point still remains.
Yeah, I understand, Jan. We don't know Jan. Yeah, I understand.
He's not the author of this email, and it's just a housekeeping. So the employee is referring us to this email.
But surely Ms. Natuli will tell us who Jan is, or she refers to him.
I think that was exactly what I was going to say, Chairperson, that the witness will say who she is and perhaps how she came into contact with her.
Okay, but I just want to caution, I'm sorry to go on. I want to caution because once he's left the stand and you didn't put Jan's, because he can't answer your questions as regards Jan. And if Busi comes later when he's gone, we can't be blamed for it. So that's what I just want to put on record.
Well, since you put it on record, it says here that the technician Jan, well, we've established this for mine. While he might not know Jan, he's a technician within the department.
What do you mean the department? Whose department? Because he says it's not his department, but fine.
It's not the news department.
Proceed. I don't want to interrupt your cross-examination.
Okay, so the last point there that I wanted to raise is that she says to you, even though the code was different, the FCC still indicated the title of the program, its description, and Nadiva was clear that the program to be repeated was the one that aired on the 5th of October, but the program that was aired had a different title, different description. It was put on the system on the 14th of September. Okay? Now, another thing, if you look at page 17 that I want to refer you to, she says here, without knowing enough about program verification process at the channel, I believe that there could be gaps that need to be closed to ensure that the program doesn't go on air is the correct one. Instead of only relying on the code, because we have now witnessed things can go wrong itself. Now, you suggested that the news department is responsible for the coding. But she says here, without knowing enough about
not for the coding, for the delivery of content.
Yes.
Which should line up with a house number that was issued by us.
Correct. So the house number being A at the end of the coding.
No.
Okay. No, please don't interrupt.
I'm interrupting.
No. Please ask the chairperson, all right?
Fine.
Okay?
I'm going to ask the chairperson.
Please ask him now then.
Great, if you give me a chance.
Go ahead.
Can I?
I told you.
Thank you. He's put in words that this witness hasn't said. Just so, can he be advised to ask him the questions based on what he said? You unmisquote him. He made two statements, all of which are wrong.
Let me rephrase the question, chairperson. So what I was asking is, you said that the number, the letter A is included to the code, and that was done by the news department, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, in addition to that, you said here, without knowing, she says here to you in the last one, without knowing enough about the program verification process at the channel, program verification process, meaning they were not aware of this. This whole paragraph suggests that they were not aware of the A being added to it. So how can the news division add it? And the employee will testify that they're not responsible for adding that A.
So this is a process that has been in existence for a number of years prior to my arrival at the SABC. So I'm struggling to understand how you cannot be clear of a verification process that you deliver content to us on a daily basis with. Secondly, the content arrives through a media grid into an Omnion server against a house code. There is no verification of the content. We validate the house code that you have referenced in the broadcast is the same file that you have delivered to us. If they correspond, we put that to air.
So in this case, sorry to my naivety, but in this case, the house code is the same on both programs.
Correct. So there is a report that I have done with additional examples, and I'm sorry, I'm not sure what page it is, where it shows that prior to this, news has repeatedly changed the numbers because they give an alternative episode. Instead of requesting a new house number, they substitute a character, an A, B, C, or D. And that has become the trend. So when the
but is this debate not academic? Because somebody's still got to deliver the document, deliver it to you.
So the file arrives
yeah,
with the A, B, or C, and it's correct.
So if the file itself got the wrong content, then that's the end of this matter. You're gonna put the wrong, because your guy is simply automated. He gets the file, he puts it in the content. So who delivers the file to you?
News.
So isn't that the issue? How does the file come, unless you're saying to me, and I'm just talking aloud, say it's stored in news, right? It's a file, it's stored with news, in news's office. And because there's a wrong description, the person pulls out the wrong description. Is that what happens?
So the description wouldn't have a relevance to us. So let's say they sent us the wrong file with the number was incorrect. The scheduling system would not be able to reconcile. It would have a different number, whatever that number is, compared to what was actually delivered. And then the red flag would go up. The program acceptance person would say, but I don't have this file that you are requesting to play out. We'd make a call and say, please can you tell me what the right file is? In this case, the reference file for broadcast and the file in the system were the same, so there were no alarm bells.
But still, somebody's got to deliver it to him.
Yes, which would come from news.
Okay, please continue.
Mr. Chairman, before we continue, can we just make an application that the copy of the report to whom this gentleman contributed be made available by the employers? Because it's quite, the chair has identified this to be the critical issue how did this happen. So that report to which he contributed.
This is not part of the document.
Not part of the document. It speaks directly.
Mr. Bell, you got a copy of the report. Have you got a copy of your report? Is it a long report?
It's a couple of attachments as well.
Yeah.
So we've had to go through quite a rigorous process.
But you don't have a problem making that available?
No.
So can you just email it to all the parties, please, man?
I'll circulate it. You can just.
Will you just circulate it, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, the next question I want to ask is, before this interdicted episode was played on the 26th of October 2021, had you done a quality check? Or anyone from the video entertainment department done a quality check and saw the video before it aired, you would have picked up that it was the wrong video, correct?
Editorially, we don't get involved, so we wouldn't even know what the context of the program is. How would we know if the episode is correct or incorrect?
One second, check this. I want to refer you to page 17 of the employees bundle. All right? I want you to have a look at. So you see the second paragraph there, where it starts the communication program, right? Well, firstly, do you recognize this email? It's the email that you sent on Friday, the 29th of October. You sent it to the Disciplinary, Dudre, Phathiswa, and Ludi Shivani. Do you recognize it?
Yeah.
Okay. Now you say here, in paragraph 2, on the third paragraph, right? Where it starts with usually. Do you see that?
Yeah.
I don't think the numbers have changed with this one.
It's the additional notes we received this morning. Just before we even go there, on the 5th of October, again, I just want to touch on that point. Are you aware of who substituted that file?
It would have come from news as an instruction to say this is the new file that needs to go out. That's the standard process.
Where is the proof that it's supposed to come from news?
So news delivers content to us for their slots that are allocated onto the schedule. So the instruction can only come from news.
Can you print this out? Do you have it here today that it came from news?
I'll have to check. I'm not involved in every transmission of every channel.
And the investigation that you didn't pick it up?
The investigation centered around the actual incident where the incorrect episode went out, so focused on the 26th. And the reference to the 5th is because that was the last time the program was referenced prior to the 26th.
And back to page 20. Oh, sorry, 120. Can you confirm that you're going to give us the proof for that episode for the information that you provided?
Excuse me, can I just clarify? You want proof that about who requested the show of the 5th of October to be replaced? Is that what you're asking?
We're taking the witness's word for it.
No, I'm clarifying because ultimately I'm going to have to deliver on these promises that I have.
Correct.
What do you want?
So it's for that specific episode, the code that was replaced. So he says that it stayed in the system for 30 days because it played on the 5th of October.
It was referenced.
No, it was referenced. Sorry, it was referenced. Thank you. For on the 5th of October. So we want proof that it came from the news division.
What? That what came from the group?
The reference. The reference came from the news division for that.
Can I make sure I understand? The reference for the file comes from a scheduling system, right, which is populated in advance. You are asking for the reference for the replacement file on the 5th, or you're asking for the reference of the original file?
So we need a reference for the replacement file to show that because this file was replaced, the system in the system in the 30-day period.
Okay, you're not going to get, because it was referenced, it stays for the 30-day period. What you can get is, this is the file that was scheduled, we're no longer playing it out, here's the new file that's playing. Remember, nowhere does the system take reference to 30 days purging. The system takes 30 days purging based on when did you arrive into the server. Is it 30 days from there? Delete. So it's not referenced on a material basis. But what I can show you is if a file is requested to be replaced, where that request has come from. And I'm saying that that request can only and would have only come from use as the owners of that slot on the schedule.
Okay, that's the proof we want, right? So that, just as you correctly stated here. Okay.
I'm sorry, isn't this what is in your bundle, that WhatsApp? There's a WhatsApp exchange from your own bundle.
That's it.
A discussion with Ali.
In fact, while we're on this page, let me refer you to page 1 here, because this here, what Nadeem suggests is that this is a repeat broadcast, which is entitled Still Waiting.
Sorry, in page 1.
Page 1. Page 1, yeah.
1.
Yeah. This was the page you were referring to, correct?
I think so. If not that one, then you can also check out 119.
But while we're on page 1, it says clearly this is a repeat broadcast. Alright, entitled Still Waiting. So it was first aired on the 5th of October with that code over there. So it doesn't say, it basically says it was a repeat broadcast. So basically the point here is that this was a repeat broadcast as opposed to fresh material. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm basing on what your news people would have said it would have been repeated. Again, I wouldn't know the sequence of your program. So I would take on face value, if you said it's a repeat, then it would be a repeat. I would go by the house number, which is a unique identifier. And that number was in the system.
And I just want to go to quickly 120, back to the employees bundle. Sorry, employees bundle, the new edition 120.
So this is part of the employees bundle or the employers bundle from 119? Employers bundle, thank you.
Now, on 120 over here, You see that there's an email here from Alfred Ngwebe, which was sent to C. Mohammed on the 5th of November 2021. Right? It says here, please find that email that I sent to Nadiva regarding the incorrect time codes of episode 14, right? On the day of the rebroadcast material. It states here incorrect time codes. So is this meant to be episode or time codes? Incorrect, sorry. Let me just clarify that. Is it meant to be time codes that are incorrect, or is it meant to be the reference code that's incorrect, meaning that source tape number? Just clarify.
So if I look at the mail, he says the time codes were not accurate. So he referenced the file was there, but the time codes did not line up with the segmentation.
So if we look at 121, right? The time codes that are referred to there is where it says in time code, out time code, file name. Okay. So it's not the wrong episode code that he's referring to, it's the wrong time code.
Correct.
All right. Chair, sorry, can we just take a 5-minute break? I just want to discuss something quickly.
As they take a break, so will we. We'll see you shortly.
Mr. Mudley?
Thank you, Chairperson. I just want to thank you for your indulgence, Chairperson. There's a lot of new evidence that has come up. That's why I just needed to just double check with my attorney and my client. Just before I continue, Chairperson, another thing I just want to direct is that we, at your discretion, the witness, if I'm not mistaken, agreed to give us the investigation report that he did. And in addition to that, the referencing proof from the 5th of October. So we reserve our right to question him on that at your discretion, Chairperson.
You think it's convenient to interpose the CEO and recall him once they've looked at the report?
You know what, I don't think anything, because what happens is that I'm sure that report would be sort of we would have extrapolated from this when we read. So, you know, I'd be happy for them to just finish. And yeah, I mean, the report is not going to talk anything outside of
All right, but if you want to recall him, you'll tell me when you get the report. Right, let's finish this witness here. Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Merlin, I just want to refer you again to page 120.
You mean Mr. Naika?
Mr. Naika. Mr. Merlin Naika.
120, yes?
Okay. So now, when you testified, I recall that you said you testified on the issue there in the bottom, the evidence, the email sent from Alfred Ngwebe on the 26th of October 2021, where he says here the time codes were not accurate and Nadiva did not respond, correct? Mm-hmm. Now, when Nadiva did not respond, was this raised with the senior news division that she didn't respond?
Not to my recollection. I think we would have defaulted to the standard process. So when that happens, news would update the FCC directly.
And then tell me, why was it still aired if the time codes were wrong?
So the time codes would have been communicated directly to the FCC and updated in real time.
So what you're telling me is that despite this email saying it's wrong, they were then updated with the FCC. So meaning corrected?
Correct.
By who at the FCC?
It would be the FCC operator.
Who is the FCC operator?
There's a shift of 13 people. I have to now go back and see who was on shift on that day.
Do you have proof of that?
I'd have to double check.
Okay.
Noting that we operate in an environment that does deal with live content as well. So when live broadcast happens, we take that directly from news. So it's a standard process in our operation. It says you update the time codes. In the case of Alfred, he works in advance because that's program acceptance, failing which it will be communicated directly to the control room.
So what you're telling me is that they were updated without news being informed?
It can only come from news, not our content. We don't know what's sitting on the tape.
Okay, all right. Can you give us the proof then as part of the...
I would have to go and double check. Remember, we're working in a live environment, so a lot of this is communication on the telephone. It's SMSs, it's walking across to the FCC to update what is happening. Not everything is done on an email.
Now,
but Advocate Mudley, just can I understand, is the proposition you put into this witness is that when Mr. Mwepe writes, he says the time codes here were not accurate, so then he must now stop, check the content and satisfy himself that the content is accurate?
Well, what I'm trying to establish on that,
because I would have thought he wouldn't know what's happening on that. He wouldn't be able to decipher whether that news, the content, he won't understand what the content is, because he's not in content, isn't it? He gets it and he airs it.
with regards to the chairperson, so it's one of two things. It's what he suggested, that it's from the FCC and they will attend to it, or alternatively, did you then still air it? Because he didn't explain in leading that he still aired it. He explained now that he still aired it. But in addition to still airing it, why then, our question was it not referred to a senior at the news division if Nadiva didn't respond? And so that's where I was aligning with regards to the question. So that's why we just want evidence to show that if you then dealt with it with the FCC, show us the evidence to prove that. Otherwise, we'll be taking his word for it, Chairperson.
No, take his commission word on what? That it came to him. He can't air it unless it came to him. You agree with me? I mean, he can't. He doesn't. It's not taken from. It's not plucked from the air. Somebody sent it to him, and then he airs it. So, are you saying Alfred was at fault here?
No, we're not saying that Alfred was at. Well, we're saying that there's no proof that it was raised to a senior person in the news division.
No, but he says he doesn't know. He doesn't. Do you know whether it was raised or not?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Yeah.
It may have been raised telephonically.
But it's not an issue, isn't it? Well, I don't understand why it's an issue. That's what I'm trying to understand. Why is this an issue? It comes to him, he puts it in the system, it's air. No, what has Alfred done wrong?
You see, Chairperson, it's still an issue because the employee is being blamed for it.
Well, the employee is blamed for it because she's the head of the department who sends it to him. It should have been, once there was an interdict, it should have been taken off the system completely.
And then our point is that obviously it wasn't raised by someone senior, but he says that it was dealt with the FCC.
All right,
that's why we wanted evidence, Chairperson.
I don't understand where that evidence will take us, but it doesn't matter.
Now then, I just want to refer you, actually, before I even get there.
Is Nadiva around? Is she going to come give evidence? She must tell us why she sent it through. That's what the issue is. Yeah, all right. Please continue.
Thank you. With regards to the investigations that you conducted, around what date did you conduct these investigations?
I think it was following the 26th, after the 28th, so probably in the 27th, 28th, 29th.
October.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if you look at page 122, of the employer's bundle, then the WhatsApp screenshots, that's what you got in front of you. The employee will testify that she was not involved in any of your investigations. Do you agree?
I'd be speculating. My report was based on what went to air. I didn't investigate people, I investigated the broadcast that happened against an ASRAN lock. So the system and the facts would have proven what went to air, what didn't go to air.
Your investigation obviously didn't include a report from her, correct?
No.
Now, she will testify she was upset because she had not seen any reports in the investigation, and then all of a sudden fingers were pointing at her. And that's what I put to you regarding those WhatsApp messages. Do you agree?
I'm not sure what your question is. My report, again, was related to what happened in the actual broadcast. I didn't reference people in any of my investigations. So when the WhatsApp came to me, it was cold. I was not aware that there was an issue other than the fact that I investigated a program that went to air and shouldn't have gone to air. I was not aware of the proceedings before us today.
So Mr. Naika, I put to you, her concern stemming from those WhatsApp messages was that she was upset because she had not been involved in the process at all. Do you understand?
Yeah.
And now, just going back to the issue of Mr. Yan, the technician. I understand that you don't know who Yan is, but can you advise me why you did not uncover Yan's involvement in the matter?
I'm sorry. It's almost like asking me why I'm going to find gold if I didn't say anything about gold. Like, you didn't say anything about Yan. How can you answer a question about why you didn't investigate something that says I don't know?
Commissioner, can I respond?
But can I just get to the bottom of it? Did you investigate who Yan is?
No, Yan was raised afterwards in the mail, but we had uncovered that it was a standard operating process for news to substitute content with a alphabetical index in the house number, which is not standard protocol in video entertainment. Because news is a separate division, it has been allowed to continue. As indicated, I will, by way of my submission, show you numerous incidences where news gives
Yes, but that will come in your report, you've told me. But all I want to know at this stage is, you didn't investigate Yan, isn't it? That answers your question.
As the scribe, can I please ask him just to repeat that answer because I didn't get to write it down, and I apologize. So you said something about to substitute content, so if you could just go on and tell me, and I appreciate, thank you for doing that.
So it has become standard operating procedure for news to substitute programs with an alphabetical character in the house number that was issued to them.
Yes.
And you said you will show.
So I've, in the course of the investigation, when it came up that there was a alphabet used in the house number, I asked the team to validate that that was standard process, and said yes it is, and I said give me examples of how it happened before, and they gave me a few examples. Those examples would be FCC sheets that arrived to us with alphabets in it, and actual files. I think one of the documents, we've got an FCC sheet, an as-run log, in fact, what actually went out to air with an alphabet used.
Sorry, I see you. Sorry, apologies. Sorry, apologies. Sorry.
Thank you, Chairperson. Can I continue?
Yes, please.
Thank you. The reason why I'm asking, why you didn't pick up Yan in your investigations, because our witnesses intend to explain this technician's involvement in figuring out that a code needed to be added to the episode that aired in order for it not to be a repeat. So that's why I'm asking you, why didn't you pick up who Yan was in investigation and report back about it?
Because it was a standard operating process from news to add alphabets in the house numbers prior to the 5th of October, prior to the 26th of October.
Okay, you made
News have been doing this. News have been giving us house numbers that we have not assigned by adding an alphabet to it. So it was a standard process from news to replace a program with a new program, same house number, but add an alphabet at the end to make it appear as though it was a new file. Standard process. So when it came down that here's the new program, we followed the process they gave us. We looked at the file, is that the name of the file? We looked in the server, is that the name of the file that's referenced in the schedule? It aligned. It went to air.
Now, I put it to you, okay, just before Chairperson, can I just request that if my learned friend has an objection, please raise it with you. Just please.
Yes, thank you. So noted. Thank you.
Now, I put it to you that the news division does not add the letters to referencing, and our witnesses will testify that, as you just stated. Do you agree with me?
I disagree. I've stated that news give us those files. How do they give us those files? Number one, they're the only ones who can add files into the media grid. We don't have access to the media grid. So the incoming file with an alphanumeric value is issued by news. Number two, the FCC sheet, which is issued by news, has an alphanumeric character in it. It's not the house number that we issue.
Are all these processes documented?
I'm not sure about news's processes, but our processes are documented. And the evidence that I will show you shows what files we receive. These are the files that go out to air. They will be referenced in the FCC sheet. They will be referenced in the ASRAM log, which is a confirmation of broadcast. It's an auditable system, and it will show you the alphanumeric values before the 26th of October, before the 5th of October. So we'll have to go into all of the records. I've got a few on my email. When I access my email, I'll submit them.
No further questions, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Reserve our right to call.
Thank you. Any re-examination?
Yeah, thank you. Can you purge content that emanates from news? No. Who purges content from news?
News.
This particular interdicted program, when was it ultimately purged?
I'm not sure. If the instruction didn't come from me, I wouldn't know.
So you remember that it was broadcast on the 26th?
Yes.
Is it still on the server, this information, this clip?
I'd have to check.
All right. No.
Yes, can you make your report available this afternoon, please?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. So you will be available Monday if they want to recall you, please. Thank you. Yes, your next witness, please.
I think we're going to have to sort of ask for an adjournment, Chair, because then it's a completely new that was covering completely different areas.
So you want to call him on, you prefer calling him on Monday?
Yeah, no. We need him today. I just need a moment.
Okay, fine.
It's just
I'm waiting here. Thanks.
Thank you.
I was under the impression that Monday we were not sitting, that it was Tuesday and Wednesday.
But your counsel says it's available Monday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so we try and finish it on Monday.
We are available. Yeah.
Well, if you've just joined us, you're watching SA Today right here on the SABC News channel. What you're seeing now are visuals of a disciplinary hearing of the SABC News head, Phathiswa Magopeni. Now, earlier, the public broadcaster and the SABC head of news have not reached a resolution in the disciplinary hearing process being held in Sandton this afternoon. Magopeni, as you know, has pleaded not guilty to all charges leveled against her by the SABC. The head of news is facing charges of alleged negligence and bringing the public broadcaster into disrepute. We'll continue to give you those live proceedings as they happen in Sandton. But for now, let's just remind you of
Chair, that's the employer's case.
Yes, thank you.
Generally, we have reached consensus that we will then recommence on Monday at
10 o'clock, yes. And what I propose is that if you've got more questions for Mr. Naika,
Have them ready.
we start with that. Can you make sure the report gets to Mr. Roxas this afternoon?
Yeah, it will.
Thank you.
Can I get an indication from them, say by Saturday evening, that whether you'll need Mr. Naika or not? That's assuming you get the report in the next hour or two.
I think make Mr. Naika available Monday morning. Yeah. Yeah. So Advocate Mudley, Mr. Naika will be available Monday if you want to put questions to him arising from his report.
Thank you, Chairperson. When can we receive the investigation report?
Before you get home.
Right. So then
you don't live next door.
So the position is subject to Mr. Naika being available Monday morning, his report being made available later this afternoon. That's the employer's case.
Mr. Chairman, we mustn't underestimate that they have not replied to this. They still must do it before Monday.
But they said we wouldn't do it.
Well, then give me that reply. Whatever you are free to reply what
Sure.
you want.
We're not going to give it.
Yeah, well, then we can argue that. Okay.
Yeah, so if it's relevant, I'll throw an adverse inference.
That's
Yeah.
all you can do. I can't force you to do a reply. The only thing you can reply what you like.
Yeah, but we know this has come and gone. This has come and gone, am I right? The witnesses, that has come and gone.
That is going to be a consensus on it.
Yeah.
Sorry, the report that's coming to the investigation, it's the SABC report, correct? What report is it?
Sorry, through you, Chair, can I clarify the matter
Sure,
around the
please.
report?
Sure.
Okay. So we asked for 2 reports.
Yes.
One from each GE. So, yeah, I'm just referring to the 2.
Yes.
So the report that Merlin's going to be sending is not an SABC report.
It's his report, I understood
report
that.
in
Yeah.
his area.
Yes,
which we asked the
yes,
other
because he's
GE as well.
affected, so you said to him, as my employee, I want a report from you, and similarly, you probably
Exactly.
informed this
Now,
employee.
but tell me, just on that note, is there an SABC report and a holistic report? Or was it just the 2 reports that you mentioned from each GE?
I'm not aware. I'm not aware of a report. Nobody investigated this beyond. Well, I got beyond the reports from the individual GEs.
And then that issue about the 5th of October when it was referenced, will we still get some kind of answer because he said he would let us know? And also, he did also say with regard to the question about 13 people being involved, operating 13 people being involved in the rescheduling. And in cases where Alfred communicates to the control room, I don't know, I'll have to check. And those were his last words, I'll have to check.
So you want to know, because all that happened there is a time schedule between when you take a break. That's the bet.
No.
That's the bet that he said Alfred raised and FCC took care of by making adaptations. So you want to know how the segments are divided for the commercial break?
No. He said he was going to provide proof that he got it from news.
No, through you, Chair, that's not what he said.
But who you say, where did this come from? Well, I don't understand why people want to put the blame on technicians. Where did this particular item, where did it come from? What is it suggested?
Well, that's what we were waiting to get from.
No, but
from
is it your suggestion? Somebody just plucked it out of the air.
No, our
So-
suggestion is according to Mr. Naika, it would have come from news, and he said, I'm going to check and see if it was.
But how could it come from him? It came from the news department to be aired. I don't understand. Mr. Naika, can you please come here?
No, but I mean, he was clear. He doesn't generate the content. The issue arose when we were dealing with page 120. The email is, the time codes here were not accurate.
But yes, Mr. Naika, what are you going to come back on? What are you going to come back on? What can you assist me?
I'm going to share the report
Yeah, that's going to be done this afternoon, next hour, yes. And the other thing that you undertook to do, what is it? You said something about 13 technicians.
Yes, who was on shift on that day.
So you're going to give us the name of the 13 technicians?
No. On shift.
But I have no interest in that at all. Why is it relevant? Just explain to me.
It was asked by council.
We don't think it's relevant either.
But can you give the name of the 13 technicians on shift?
It's not 13, they're 13 on circulation.
Yeah. But,
Get the names of the...
but how does that help my inquiry? I mean, these technicians don't generate this special assignment.
Chairperson, we can leave out that aspect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Please, just give us the report. This is. But you must please be available Monday, 10 o'clock. Please.
Chairperson, just one more thing is also the referencing from the 5th of October that we asked for as well. If you can provide.
What is it referencing? What is it? Just tell me.
Reference to the change in the file.
Yeah.
So I've checked with my operational team and confirmed that it was a call made to Alfred to say an hour before broadcast that this file is no longer going to broadcast. They've delivered a new FCC sheet that was delivered an hour to the playout center.
For the 5th of October. Because this thing was scheduled to be heard on the 5th of October.
Correct.
So it wasn't heard because there was a court interdict.
Yes.
So what have you got there? Have you got any documents there?
There was a replacement file in the report I'll send to you.
Yeah.
You can see there's an as-run log that will show the file that played out, which is the exact same house number, followed by an A at the end.
Will that appear in the report?
That will be in the report.
And you can further deal with that if you have to on Monday morning. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, so we stand down till Monday, 10 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I'm going to leave it for the tape. Keep him busy.
Nice meeting you.
See you on the playground.
Oh, I know, I'm so sorry.
Are we close to reading, Michael?
Yeah, I closed on Wednesday. And then along came the SABC.
That is what I want to do. So we also closed on Wednesday.
Michael, you're based there just off the M1.
That's right. Yeah.
I see the billboard.
Oh, yeah.